really got the game twisted. Um, Thank you, sweetie. What they don't understand about what they don't know the works of Professor Smalls. When you don't know somebody's background and you don't know somebody's history and you don't know their struggle, you are definitely not qualified to correct them, to disrespect them, or check them in any form, fashion, or the other when you don't know nothing about them. You don't know about Professor Smalls' civil rights struggles when he was marching with our OGs. You don't know about him sitting at tables with strategy meetings with Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown. You don't know this stuff. You don't know the traitors that they had to be up against. You don't know. Yeah, me, Live, and Top Cat did. Me, Dane, and Top Cat did a live together. Actually, I think we did two. We don't do a lot of work together because everybody ain't supposed to do the same thing. What Dane is doing is critically important. What I'm doing is critically important. What Top Cat doing critically important. But right now we're talking about Professor James Small. What he has done has been critically important, right? He done spoke to people all over the world about our struggle. Whether he called us African Americans, foundational Black Americans, whether he called us the original Indians, whether he believed the Outer Africa theory with the information that they had at the time, it's easy to be duped. We got a whole more information accessible to us than they had. We have more people's eyes on the same problem than we ever had in the history of the world. Since we've been going through this in 1492 to 2025, we have not had this many tribe members standing up saying the same thing on social media. For one, we didn't have that outlet. For two, the ones who had the outlet, most of them got murdered, right? All of them didn't get murdered, right? So when you don't know the works of an individual and you talking about them, when you don't know the character of a person, when you don't know their struggles, you don't know nothing about them, what they went through, and you on here, never met a person, never had a conversation with them, and you want to tear somebody down, you a professional hater. You a hater for no reason. It's people like this that come in and be like, well, we wanted you to handle this particular. You can't tell me how to handle my business. You can tell me how you gonna handle your business, but you can't tell me how I'm gonna respect my elders. I'm gonna give the ones that deserve the respect, and the ones that y'all think deserve enough respect, them lame motherfuckers can get it. Y'all respect assholes. I respect people that been put in work. We ain't the same. Y'all respect rats, snitches, backbiters, underminers. I respect stand-up motherfuckers that done been through the struggle, that done put their teeth to the grind to try to get us out of this condition. We not the same. I'm a descendant of freedom fighters and people who've been seeking liberation for 500 years, and you are the descendant of the motherfuckers that kept selling us out the whole way. We are not the same. I'm not on this motherfucking social media shit because I like social media. You got me twisted. I don't got no fucking friends on social media. I make friends by being genuine with genuine people. I don't make friends by tearing people down, gossiping about people, backbiting on people, undermining people. That ain't my lane. That's right, I'm Mississippi Clay Dirt walking. I've been here since the beginning, and I'm going to be here at the motherfucking end. Right? So, we ain't the same. Y'all want to sound intelligent, but y'all saying the dumbest shit in the world about people you have no knowledge of the work they put in. Right? This is the man Tupac called and say, Prof, we finna take over the music industry. And the man is crying because Tupac never made it to him. Right? This is like disrespecting T. Rogers because you don't know him. He a OG. He put in the work. Go back and check people's background before you start tearing them down. You calling people stuff because they suspicious about you being rebranded a new name once again to dissuade you from accepting your birthright. I don't need to be a foundational black American. I don't need to be an African American. I don't need to be colored. I don't need to be Negro. I'm Mississippi clay dirt motherfucking walking. Shout out to Hattiesburg. My mama loved Hattiesburg, but she hated Mississippi. She hated the conditions she grew up in. Yeah, they sheep. Now, if I was to get on here with an elder and I know his works, I know what he about because our terminologies is different. He was there when they changed you from being black to African American, and he didn't agree with that then, but he went along with the program because that's what the most of us accepted. We accepted that. So, okay, now, standing from the standpoint of an African American, you're going to fight like an African American. A lot of these people, right, got Garvey twisted. They called Garvey a traitor, and Garvey did more in his little stretch before the niggas sold him out. You got to remember, the niggas sold Garvey out. You got to remember that. Niggas set up Noble Drew Ali to get whooped by the police until he died. Niggas did that. Right? Niggas is the ones who pulled the trigger on Malcolm X. Niggas is the ones that set up Martin to get shot on the balcony in a motherfucking don't wear your tie if you with the program scheme. Understand what I'm telling y'all? It was a nigga that said bomb John Africa's whole family off the face of the earth in Philadelphia. It was some people that look like us, but the motherfuckers ain't us. And now you got people on here tearing down the ones that did the work to lay the foundation for us to move forward because they want us to go backwards. We still got dirty Moors on the plantation. Goddamn right. And you got people, you got good Moors that don't understand the difference between the dirty Moor and the righteous Moor. So they get offended when you say something about a Moor. Don't take Rod Hayes' word. Go ask AI, is Moor in the Moorish Empire extend into ancient times, and watch what it tells you. Don't take my word for it. Look here. This pinned comment right here. Professor Smalls made great points about us picking up the torch from where the elders left off. They didn't need to be 100% right, but we are supposed to push forward with the useful foundation laid. Man, I couldn't have said it no better than myself. I couldn't have said it no better myself. Now, while y'all sitting on here tearing down the elder, you got to remember, the Proverbs say every time we lose an elder, we lose a library of information. This is why Bobby Hemming don't want to be dealing with you motherfuckers no more. Right? He don't want no parts of nothing called themselves the conscious community. I tried to arrange for him to accept donations. Him and his wife was like, no, that's going to fuck up our program because these niggas ain't consistent. They give you a rush of money when you first put it up, and you won't hear nothing else from these niggas again until they want something from you. If you don't got nothing to give, you are expendable to these niggas. Understand what I'm telling you? When they can't take nothing else from you, they throw your ass away like garbage. My mama told me the worst thing you can do, son, is throw people away like trash. You get done using and sucking the life out your elders that done fought for you, and you want to tear them down instead of taking what they did, correcting the errors, because that's what we supposed to do if they was wrong, because remember, they took all of our history from us. They burned it down in our face. They set libraries on fire on the land. They set record repositories and courthouses and churches and city halls on fire to destroy our written records. That's why the oral tradition is the prevailing order of the repairing of our people. The ones that know who we is know what Rod talking about. Right? The ones who know who we are know what Rod talking about. The ones that presume they know think Rod batshit crazy. The ones that don't want us to receive our birthright is they gonna settle for reparations though. As long as we don't get our birthright, which make reparations look like pocket change. These are the same ones that'll accept reparations and forego the birthright because they paid on the back end. I want my birthright. Fuck your reparations. Fuck your corporation. Fuck your Federal Reserve. Fuck your Vatican. Fuck your Buckingham Palace. I want my birthright. I don't want nothing less than what I'm actually owed from my birthright. When they get done giving us our birthright back, we do not need anybody's reparations. Your birthright will pay the bill and have money left over. And I ain't talking about thousands. I'm talking about numbers that most of y'all have not seen yet. Right? For those just coming in, as you come in, please share, because we need to understand that you can't tear down the ones doing the work when you ain't doing shit. The ones that done paid their dues and you ain't got nothing to pay. And you not finna do the sweat equity. You not finna sit there for 16 years reading everything under the sun. You not gonna do it, lazy motherfuckers. Now, they want us to come up, new generation, and attack the elders that's just been holding a position until one of us figure out the problem. Who the fuck had to hold the bear? We knocked the 5 civilized tribes. We say they sold us out. But who had to hold the bear till we figure out how to defeat them? Who was responsible to hold the bear? Right? If you don't know how you fighting this bear, shut the fuck up. If you don't know where this bear is in the woods, in the jungle, shut the fuck up. I didn't unveil shit that motherfuckers ain't never heard with the receipts about our people. Then I done inspired other people to go do their own research to make sure that I'm not crazy as I sound. And then they come back with the receipts. I don't give a fuck if I get acknowledgement. I don't give a fuck if I get $1 as long as I end up with my birthright. When the plane land on the ground, I'm landing on my birthright. I don't give a fuck about your reparations. I'm not fighting for reparations. Right? Reparations is a blind sight. It's a myopic view of what you actually owe. They didn't come over here and just take 400 years of labor. We owned it all. Now we don't control none of it. We still own it. But the house guest is running the house because motherfuckers want to tear down the motherfuckers that came to help them. Denmark Vesey got betrayed by a nigga. Gabrielle Prosser got betrayed by a nigga. Right? When you go down the line of the freedom fighters, Maurice Bishop got betrayed by a nigga. Toussaint, Duddy Bookman, and John Desalia, they got told on by niggas. Y'all keep blaming some crackers, some pale-faced, insignificant, no business born, Johnny-come-lately ass motherfucker that don't got no juice, and y'all done gave him all the power by proxy because you swear up and down he running shit. And all the time them niggas is hiding behind him laughing at your dumb ass. All the time you thinking that this cracker in charge of something and running something, them niggas is behind the scenes in they little smoke-filled rooms, in they lodges, and in they secret meetings, laughing at you dumbass niggas because y'all still think the cracker got some power. We all start out believing that. But when you can explain to me how a caveman is going to stop a Star Walker, conquer and subjugate him with no help from Star Walkers, then I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. But you want to tear down the ones that's coming to tell y'all everybody look like us ain't us. The first 300 years from 1492 to 1611 with 200 and something years, 100 and something years, it was all niggas. Wasn't no crackers. When they tell y'all the first slaves came in 1619 to Jamestown, Virginia, they didn't look like us. The slaves didn't. The niggas that brought them looked exactly like us. With they fluffy ass motherfucking loud colors and poofy sleeve shirts. It's not the crackers, not the Caucasus, it's not the Caucasian. The Caucasian is the puppet. He the one Geppetto made. These the same ones that's in our family raping our daughters and our nieces, and nobody don't want to tell the good ones because they trying to protect the good ones from getting caught up for disciplining the bad ones. Same one. They in our families now. We didn't marry these motherfuckers. We didn't adopted them in and took them in as orphans. All kind of shit. And they keep turning on us because we don't know they MO. They character don't change from generation to generation. The same thing them niggas doing today, that's the same thing them niggas was doing in 325 AD when they was putting the church together. Same shit. It's the same shit they did in the 13, 14, 1500s with they papal bulls and they fake popes running around the world calling themselves the vicars of Christ, the ones who stand in place of Christ, in order to trick you into thinking that Christ ain't ISIS. They changed the word ISIS by changing the I to a J, and you still fell for that shit and still falling for it if you a Christian. When you don't know the holy drama, then you don't know the holy mama. You can't have no father without the mother, but you can have a mother without a father. All you got to do is look around. They showing you proof positive every day. You can't have a mama and don't have and you can have a mama and don't have a daddy, but you can't have a daddy and don't got a mama, even if you don't know her. It's always mama's babies, papa's maybe. So even if you think it's yours, you just guessing. You just guessing till the DNA come back. You don't know for sure. Because you don't know who creeping in your back door when you ain't there. Right? But we want to tear the motherfuckers down there. Put the sweat equity in. And it's like the elders say, they got to pass the torch, but they can't pass it to no selfish, insignificant, no business born, lazy, trifling, don't want to get nothing on their own, but want to tear everybody down to try to get something. They don't want to leave it to them type of motherfuckers, because that's how we got here. They not going to do it again. Anybody that go before them elders and they disrespectful, I don't care how much knowledge you got, that don't make you better than nobody. The only way you be better than somebody is if you do better than somebody. And I don't mean doing better as in you got more money. I mean that you do the good works while other motherfuckers tear people down. So if we don't get the point, people died for this shit by the ton. More people than you can imagine died for this shit. Motherfuckers was scared in the 70s to say we Indian. We original people of this land. Right? You don't even see when the infiltrators slide their infiltration in, you get caught off guard. Because you didn't see it coming. Because you ain't following the pattern. The pattern has not changed. Right? The pattern has not changed. If the pattern doesn't change, right, you can spot this motherfucker every time he do the same thing. Let him keep changing your name. Now you foundational black American. The only foundational black American I got any respect for calling us foundational black Americans is what's my girl name? Oh man, her name just slipped my mind. I got so motherfucking wired up on these hating ass niggas. It's coming back to me. Just give me a minute. I gotta switch tracks with my mind from fucked up people back to good people, right? People don't want good people to stand up and tell the truth. Dr. Claude Anderson is a beast. He's one of the, he understands why our group economics keep failing. Same with, I think his name, Randall Robinson, wrote The Debt, what America owe Black America. They financially on top of the game. Matter of fact, Dr. Claude Anderson's Black Labor White Wealth show you Vicky Dillard. That's my girl. That's who I'm talking about. Love Vicky to the moon and back. And she the only one that I will sit there and entertain a foundational Black American conversation with. Anybody else, I'm not gonna sit there. I'm just gonna leave. I don't gotta be disrespectful because I don't disagree. And the problem is you think that because you like an individual, you supposed to agree with all they bullshit too. You supposed to disagree with their bullshit, stand on their real shit, and remind them who the fuck they is. Disagree with their bullshit. That's called being a real one. When you ain't got no friend if they can't tell you when you doing some dumb shit, fucked up shit, wrong shit, or some evil shit. If they can't tell you that, then either you a bad friend or they a bad friend. Now y'all got to sort out who is who. Am I the fucked up individual or is you the fucked up individual? If you got a woman that can't tell you some shit and she supposed to be your lady, your other half, and she can't tell you some shit that nobody in the world can say to you without you being offended, and she say it to you and you don't get offended, then you ain't ready for that relationship. She gonna leave your dumb ass. Your woman supposed to be the only person that could tell you something that can't nobody else in the world say to you, but you don't get offended. But y'all don't never get a chance to know each other. People don't get a chance to know the character of the individual they dealing with. And then when some shit go bad, they all kind of having nervous breakdowns and, oh man, the relationship issue thing come back up. All bitches ain't shit. All niggas ain't shit. That's because you never got to know who you was dealing with in the first place. Because if you don't compliment where I'm weak and I don't compliment where you weak, right? We got to cover that. And nobody's dealing with none of the weakness. We only care about the strength. We only care about the strength. The strength by itself, without addressing the weakness is going to become the part that make it all fall apart. I don't come with no weakness. I don't come with no insecurities. When I talk to my elders, I'm respectful because I was raised to have respect for self. My self-respect tells me that I need to respect my elders, that they've been doing this work, even if I was a baby when they started. Because they came in the dark. Most of them. About 98% of them came in, and a little 2% is the children of the ones who learned a little something. All of the ones that had to fight had to figure out what the problem is. Look, I don't have no problem personally with Tariq Nasheed, but he the one that changed us on record from one of them other names to foundational Black Americans. I don't got no problem with that if you understand that the foundation of the Americas is the original people. But when you thinking from the narrative that the colonizer gave you, that you came from somewhere else. If you came from somewhere else, you don't got no right to this shit, and you ain't even got no right to be speaking on it. So sit your dirty ass down and take your ass back to where you come from. I tell all of them, I study Pan-Africanism, and I agree with about 90% of what Garvey said, but I don't agree with everything Garvey said. But Garvey my favorite because he did the most work. Right? Noble Drew Ali, one of my favorites, because he pulled the covers off the secret societies that y'all still trying to figure out what the fuck was Drew talking about. You still don't see the cover that he pulled off the secret society because you think Rod Hayes crazy. He pulled the covers off the secret society. The KKK was the Black Brotherhood of Spain before they came over here. But you want to think that a bunch of crackers just decided to jump on some horseback and start dressing up with this motherfucking regalia on, and you don't even know who they is. You don't even know who they is. Nationality is a trap. Citizenship is a trap. Nationality means you made an allegiance to somebody's nation. You are the equivalent of a ship at sea when you are national. When you're a citizen, you are an employee of a corporation. That's it. A servant of a corporation. And the only thing that separates a citizen from a slave is wages. This is all in their laws. This ain't no shit that I'm making up. This in their law. They wrote this shit. I'm just telling you what they said. You don't gotta believe me. You go pull it up. A tribe is not a nation. A tribe is a family. A collection of tribes is called a co-op. But they changed the name from co-op to corp. Corp is short for corpse. The corporation is the dead nation. They putting it all in front of you, but it's all coded, and you don't know they codes. That's whenever Typecast hit me up and want to do something, I'm always available. Same with Dane. Anytime they hit me up, they want to do something. But I'm trying to get off this social media shit, cause shit like this, motherfuckers died for the cause. You call them the agent, but the agent that killed them, you don't call them an agent. Make this shit make sense. What side is you on? Who you fighting with? Who you fighting for? The motherfucker that got killed by the agent is called the agent, but the motherfucking agent that killed the stand-up motherfucker is the one that you get the honors to. Come on, man. Y'all, they got this shit twisted. And I'm not finna straighten it out for them. They gonna either get the fuck out the way or get rolled over. And they can take it how they want to take it. And it's nothing personal with me. It's just business, family business. I just take family business personal. So when you disrespect the elders in the family that's trying to teach you dumb motherfucker something, he's trying to show you how we got infiltrated. You don't want to see it because you want to talk about his tie. You want to talk about his nappy ass hair and his raggedy ass beard. But you don't want to see the way out. You don't want to see the exit protocol. You don't want a motherfucker that's going to say, hey, man, they lying to you over there because you don't want that motherfucker to be the one to tell you. Not because it ain't true. You don't mind being told that you lying as long as the face is pretty enough and light enough for your ass to accept that shit. Do you ever never notice that most of our leaders is high yellow niggas? You ain't never noticed that? Why? Because you niggas don't like niggas. Black folks don't like black folks. We hate each other more than anybody else. And that's why it's so easy for some niggas to run game on a nigga. Shame on a nigga. ODB. Propane on a nigga. Right? I got these youngsters on here that's dropping fire. And I'm watching them come over here and be respectful to me. And they don't owe me shit. I'm sitting here looking at them. What's up, Unc? Hey, Unc. What's up? And they don't owe me shit and I don't owe them shit. I'm giving away free motherfucking game if you decide to reciprocate some of the places I done been and put my Cash App and my PayPal out there. I'm giving this shit away because it's already paid for. I'm just fed up with a bunch of watered down ass wannabe intelligent motherfucker saying the dumbest shit in the world. How the fuck you that intelligent and you don't even know who your liberators is? So you gonna attack the liberator for liberating you from the captor, and then you gonna tell me that you ain't part of the captor's regime. You the goddamn traitor. You the infiltrator, the underminer, the supplanter, the goddamn black Jew. That's who you is. Come in and steal another motherfucker birthright because you don't want a motherfucker to do nothing more than you doing, so you try to tear everybody down that's putting in the motherfucking struggle. All the motherfuckers putting in the work. Rashad Jamal don't know what he talking about. So I don't agree with everything Rashad said. That's my brother. And I'm going to tell you that he got set up because it's true, not because I want it to be true. The whole setup is out in the public. He did video a whole fucking 2-3 videos on this shit before he ever caught one case. It started off as something entirely different. It supposed to start off as a fucking domestic violence. How we go from domestic violence on his wife to, well, that ain't gonna work. Now you want to put it off on, now he touching on her kids. You motherfuckers can't think outside the box. You trapped. Your mind trapped. You subjugated. Right? You don't even know when your elders come back in their new persona, you can't recognize them because you motherfuckers is so narrow-minded that we can't tell you who the fuck we is without motherfuckers making mockery of that shit. Yeah. Now, it's people that I don't speak on. I just don't speak on them. They never done nothing to me. I never done nothing to them. I've listened to them. And the reason I don't speak on the people I don't speak on is because I don't agree with them as far as I can see them. Okay. 50 is not Tupac. Now, I could tell you the game. Curtis Jackson was an old Louisiana conjure man who moved to New York back in the 20s. He ended up dying in New York, so he got to be reborn in New York. Curtis Jackson comes with something called a gorilla grip and a master knock. It's an unbreakable conjure. All right, I got a whole post on it on my Facebook. I'm not finna go through all of it. But first thing you're going to see after Tupac disembarked from his journey is you're going to see the dog show up. Y'all call him Dark Man X. I call him Chief Zolo. Then you're going to see the one who Tupac going to thrash is the one that got caught sitting down on his post, a.k.a. a sitting bull. Right? Go look up on Google. Google Notorious Big sitting. From the time he was a little boy until he moved to Jamaica after the assassination attempt, cover up, that he was sitting bull. Taurus, the sitting bull. The one who kept his goddamn mouth shut when the enemy was at the gate and we all got sacked on every angle because Sitting Bull didn't do his job. He didn't pull the alarm like he supposed to. But the big mamas had already beat him to the punch. Right? Now, ODB is Chief Crazy Horse. But what we don't understand is Chief Crazy Horse is an energy signature and frequency. What's my man name? 607 I think, is that his name? He's carrying Crazy Horse energy right now. Kanye carries Crazy Horse energy right now. What is the Crazy Horse energy and how does it work? The Crazy Horse energy is based on the sacred clown. The sacred clown in indigenous culture is called the Hayoka. Right? And the Hayoka job is to make everybody in the world think they crazy except for the chiefs. The chiefs gonna be like, wait a minute, he's telling us something. It's like what ODB told y'all. What do he mean? Yep, 607 up. What do he mean when he say shame on the nigga for trying to run game on the nigga? It's on YouTube. You can look it up. Right? He's telling you something. Why did he change his name from Old Dirty Bastard to Osiris, Big Baby Jesus? You don't even know what made him change his name. Go ask Killer Priest. Go ask RZA. Go ask the Jizza. Go ask motherfucking Raekwon. Why did ODB change his name from Old Dirty Bastard to Osiris, Big Baby Jesus? Right? Geronimo was Geronimo Pratt, G Jagger. Right? If you don't know who Geronimo Pratt is, then you not part of the military branch of the tribes. Geronimo Pratt was a military strategist and organizer that the OGs in Mississippi sent to California to help them get their military plans down because we was already about to go to war. And then when they find out that we ain't supposed to take them to war, we supposed to educate ourselves above the condition. Half these dumbass niggas don't know what the fuck it mean to educate yourself above a condition. And then they gonna try to tell me what the fuck I should or should not be telling people. I'm gonna tell them the goddamn truth, whether you like it or not. Whether it implicates you or whether it liberates you. Because that's what's gonna separate the strong from the weak shit. Right? So, every time I come on a live, whether it's Young Elder, whether it's Brother Rich, or anybody else, and I'm talking to one of my elders and I'm giving them respect, go ask Sarnetta. Go ask Sarnetta, because they thought I was going to be disrespectful with the Brother Reggie. I wasn't disrespectful. I just wasn't finna engage in no African, out of Africa philosophy that doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm not finna debate you about that African shit. Let the Africans debate you about African shit. I'm talking about this motherfucker right here, Turtle Island. I'm talking about these feathers and these goddamn animal skins on our back. Right? That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about an ancient fictitious empire that don't exist, never existed, in a country that didn't even have the name until they stole it from Noble Jew Ali. I'm not talking about that. If you read your Moorish literature, he told you, don't. I can count the amount of Moors that could do right on one hand and have fingers left. Right? So I mean, the most that can do right and have plural fingers left is 3 of you motherfuckers. Right? It's the same thing. Clarence 13 next. Pudding, Father God Allah. Shout out to the 5% Nation of Guys and Earths. Didn't want you motherfuckers out there selling dope to his kids and y'all murdered him for it. Niggas did that shit. There no crackers behind. That was some niggas. The same niggas Noble Drew Ali sat with in the Moorish Zionist temple up in Newark when he found out that you was the motherfuckers behind it. So now he had to give you a clue so you will even know where to look. But you don't know the tribal lingo. You don't know the tribal traditions and the customs. You don't know how we slide code into written words in order for one of us to catch it on the back end. Because you ain't one of us. Rotten ass motherfuckers. Got me on one tonight. Right? Goddamn black devils. Malachi told it better than we see you too, black devil. Right? They tear Malachi down. The single-handed greatest educator that we've ever had to put information out for us. And they want to tear him down because the government said that he was doing something that he was not in fact doing. The people closest to him said he wasn't doing it. But y'all rather believe the government in the cracker because that's how you motherfuckers program. Right? And I'm talking this motherfucking tribal talk. Gorilla motherfucking knockback, knock to the knockback on a zigzag, zig, crossface flip. Catch up, motherfucker. Shoot the 3. Right? That's a 2-bar cane to a 4-corner shuffle. Remember me? I'm number 7. But y'all don't know what the fuck I'm talking about if you ain't one of them tribes. To y'all, it's gibberish. Remember, they made fun of us in the Underdog cartoon with the Indian that they said was talking gibberish because he was spitting bars. But in the cartoon, he said deep-a-dabba-deep-a-dabba-deep-a-dabba-doo. And you don't even know the ghetto code. Go check out Gil Scott ghetto code. You understand what I'm talking about. Did-a-deep dash. Catch up, motherfuckers. Where you at? Don't let me leave you in the dust trying to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about. If you ain't from these tribes, I'm totally talking foreign to you. Right? I'm totally talking foreign to you. But if you from them tribes, you know what Mississippi clay dirt walking mean. You know what Louisiana, Alabama clay dirt walking mean. Motherfucker, we eat that shit because we are that shit. And whenever what we are is breaking down, we can go back to where we came from to get replenished. But you don't know nothing about eating no goddamn red clay dirt pie. Because it ain't part of your culture, because it ain't part of who the fuck you is, because you an interloper, imposter, Johnny come lately with the little hat motherfuckers. That's the frauds all across the board. In your face, behind your motherfucking back. They talking over your head like you a toddler and you think they saying something to you. They ain't even talking to you because you don't even know the language. Goddamn right, Carolina Clyde. It's all the same. That down southern motherfucking clay dirt that make us up. Clay dirt and motherfucking maize. They don't know about the goofer dust. I blow that shit in their face. Ephesi, 40 water, cold motherfucking dropper, cold cracker. And if you don't got your dictionary of language, then you ain't got no business trying to interpret what the fuck these tribes is saying, because it ain't your motherfucking language. Only motherfuckers from the tribes gonna get that shit. We done been through this motherfucking shit. Different incarnations of it. And they thought the best way that we can goddamn do, that's right, children of the corn, children of Malachi. Ain't bring nothing to drink down here. No, I want to smoke. All right. Now, I'm going to cut this here in case y'all want to come on. There's a question in here. I don't know if y'all can see this question. Well, it's not a question, it's a comment. HK returns, say, if we not indigenous to the land, why were we the only ones who had laws against us reading and writing? Which is an absolute fact. They didn't want us reading and writing because as long as we was not reading and writing their legalese, we didn't know what they was doing in our face, behind our back. We didn't know what they was doing. Now we know exactly what they doing. They set up a legal fiction, a cutout, and laid it on top of our shit. Divided it up with lines of demarcation so they can look legitimate. Then they put on uniforms because the uniforms is where the codes come from. The codes are commercial. So now it's uniform commercial code. And if you ain't sui juris, you don't know nothing about no uniform commercial code. Most of us believe we know, but we don't know. Right? The Cali babies ain't from the clay, they from the sun. Let that sink in. Cali babies ain't from the clay, they from the sun. They walk in solar energy. This is why you can't treat Cali like you do the East Coast, the South, or the West Coast. They got a different temperament. They the last ones you reach when you breach the East Coast. And they the worst ones you want to be faced with when you dead fucking wrong. Right? So, the Cali is where you go to get dipped in the sun. What do it mean to be dipped in the sun, tribe? We know what it mean, but them foreigners don't know what it mean to be dipped in the sun. You're going to be dipped in the sun, and then they're going to walk you down the boulevard. And you're going to be one of them. Shinnecock, New York. That's ODB. That's motherfucking LL Cool J. That's motherfucking Flavor Flav. They all Shinnecock. And when ODB told his mama we going to get our shit back, she laughed at him and said, baby, we ain't going to never get this back. He said, watch me, mama. Watch me. So he put the code out there. When he put the code out there, now one of us chiefs, we ain't going to be a chief when we figure it out. But when we get done figuring it out, the tribe is going to name us chief and start calling us chief because of the work we putting in and the information we dropping to the people and the connections we making through people you've never met, but you understand where they coming from, right? Goddamn right that juju strong. If you ain't got your juju, you better go down there and see that old lady and get you a mojo hand before you come out here trying to deal with these clans. You understand? When you come out here to deal with these clans and you don't got your mojo hand, I mean, Big Mama ain't blessed you, that means you gonna get rolled over like a goddamn imposter. Right? Goddamn right. Sun Kiss, Broad Street Bullies. Shout out to Cali and this motherfucker. From Cali to motherfucking Alabama and back. Right? The tribes know what I'm talking about. The tribes know what I'm talking about. Some of them don't consciously know, but they moved subconsciously by putting together the tribal tongue that was concealed in the sign language, in the language of the signs and the symbols, that was hijacked and stolen by the secret societies because they needed to know how we operate in order to subjugate. But sooner or later, somebody was going to see where they came in, where they subjugate, in order to repatriate and restore the matriarchy. We ain't repatriating, we rematriating, or we moving back to the matriarchy. Right? The matriarchy is the tribal order of the day. Just remember what I'm telling you, what Rod Hayes telling you. The men rule when we at war, and the women rule when we at peace. If we don't put the women back in charge, we not going to be at peace. We going to stay at war. If you want the war to end, get the fuck out these big mamas' way and let them do, because they going to make sure everybody got food, clothing, and shelter if they don't do nothing else. Look, the sister, Mama T, played a song. Mama T played a song to tell the whole fucking story of how they overthrew or subjugated the jurisdictional authority of the Great Mother. I'm going to play the motherfucking song for y'all. Hold on. I'm going to play the song for y'all.
So what made you even want to do the...
I recently purchased the most popular glucose meter.
They got to always get their commercials in. I can't stand these. Check this out, y'all. This is, it's called the Black Madonna.
They edited out the sacred text, but the soil still speaks her name. Every empire built on forgetting trembles when she remembers. Black Madonna, Black Madonna, Black Madonna. She birthed the sun, they changed his hue. Gave him blonde hair, made his eyes blue. Perverted the language, made it law. He built a throne, a devil's claw. History took the crown and ran. Wrote a silence into every plan. Yet the pulse beneath the page still hums. A lullaby lives in every drum. Changed the truth into fiction, her blood into sin. Built thrones on her bones, turned lies into hymns. Now the veil is lifted. Final hour, that woman has awakened. The Black Madonna.
They just popped the pop-up and say I reached the limit of the copyrighted music, so I had to turn it off. But I'm going to share it in my story, and I'm going to make a reel with it. First chance I get, probably do that tonight. But look, I'm telling y'all what I'm telling y'all. This understanding of the matriarchy does not look like these undeserving demanding self-centered and selfish females masquerading as divine feminine. That's not that. It's not the same. When the women that's meant to lead is put in a position, it corrects all of the other women. Right now, we live in what's called hoe culture, where females go around and sample all of the dick she can until she find the one that she want to be linked with. Because the man don't choose the woman choose the man. It's been that way, gonna be that way. Now, the ones who run around and sample all the product until they used up and then they want to settle down, they the ones pouring all of the venom and vinegar into the community right now. Because now they old, fat, lonely, and washed up. And now they don't understand why nobody don't want them. Because they didn't ran themselves through the ringer, but they blame everybody that they ran into while they was going through the ringer. You can't blame nobody for your mistakes. You got to be responsible for your own errors. But just like you're going to be responsible for your errors, if you don't raise your children to be better than you was, then you will be a pariah on the side of society. You are a whole tumor in humanity. But if you can, no matter how bad you did in your life, it ain't about you no more if you got children. No matter how fucked up you was, how twisted an individual you was, all you got to do is teach your child to carry themselves with respect, be respectful of others, treat people the way you want to be treated, learn how to talk to people with some sense, and then teach them etiquette and turn them loose on society. They clean up all your fuck-ups. But as long as you can't realize that the children is your passport to come back, everybody be talking, I ain't never coming back. You coming back. Because you're going to choose to when you get outside the body and realize what this shit was all about. It's a game. The game of the guys is to play human. What do it mean to be human? If you can't ponder the questions that I'm asking, what do it mean to be human? What make you more human than another human? What make you less human than another human? What make, if you say you God, I don't have no problem with people claiming to be God. But what kind of God shit you gonna do? Are you gonna show me some God-like intelligence? Are you gonna show me some God-like psychic ability? Are you gonna show me some God-like phenomenon like airbending? You gonna do any of that kind of God? If you ain't finna do none of that God shit, then you call yourself God all you want to. Just don't expect me to call you one. Right? Just don't expect me to call you one. Everybody we run around talking about we gods, it ain't doing no God shit. None. They doing the base, absolute, minimum bullshit to get by, and then they want me to be disrespectful for an elder that they put in the work. Make this shit make some motherfucking sense to me. Make it make sense. Now, once you realize what it means to be human, then you understand why gods play human, and then all of your motherfucking misery won't be miserable no more. Hello, break the fucking curse. You cursing yourself by playing victim. And the longer you pretend to be and masquerade as a victim, the harder it is for the rest of us to pull your ass up to the level of a God that you're supposed to be. Right? Look, we take breaks before we return. Time is an illusion. But time is a critical part of the construct of the three-dimensional reality, because it takes all of the things that's happening now and it gives it a structure that allows you to count by weeks, days, months, hours, minutes, years, decades, centuries, eons, right? All of the numbers broke up, right? To periods. That's the end of each sentence. It's a period. It's at the end of each sentence. In other words, every time you live one part out, that stop, you go to the next part. When you make a major jump, you just went to a whole nother paragraph. Right? Tomorrow ain't here because we ain't built it yet. But yesterday not useful because we done burnt that bitch down already. We done exhausted all of the juice of yesterday in order to have that juice today. Right? You got to look at it with a God mind. If you want to claim you a God and you want to keep looking at this shit as a mortal. Oh, woe is me, they gave me a ticket. Oh, woe is me, they pushed me down the stairs. Oh, woe is me, they locked me up for 20 years. Motherfuckers don't care about what you've been through. If you really pay attention and you really look at what's going on in the world, the only people that care about what you go through is your parents and your children and siblings. Everybody else, they say, oh, my cuz strong, he can handle that. But the only ones that's going to be there buying you books while you going through your struggles, the one that's going to be there sending you motherfucking commissary money, taking your phone calls, them the ones that's in your immediate family and a few people that we call friends, right? But the friends is the family members we get to pick. The rest of the motherfuckers is relatives because you don't get to pick them, but they in the bloodline. They just relative. They related to you by blood. But the friend is the motherfucking family member that you get to pick. Some of us pick them early in life and they be lifelong friends. And some of us search a lifetime and can't find one of these motherfuckers nowhere. Where's all my friends? Right? Ask TLC. Was it TLC? Friends, will they be around? Will they let you down? Matter of fact, let's go to New York and ask Houdini. Right? What did Houdini say? Friend is a word we use every day, but most of the time we use it in the wrong way. Now, you can look the word up again and again, but the dictionary doesn't know the meaning of friend. And if you ask me, you know I couldn't be much help, because a friend's somebody you judge for yourself. Some are okay and they treat you real cool, and some mistake your kindness for being a fool. We like to be with some because they funny. Others come around when they need some money. You know what I'm saying? Friends. Now, the real friend is the family member that you get to pick, right? But here go the thing. We think that we got to be in somebody's ass crack to show loyalty, love, and respect to them. I don't have to see you every day. I don't have to talk to you every day. But when I see you, when I talk to you, no matter how much time between the two, right? No matter how much time between the two, it's like we ain't never been separated. That's a real friend. That's a real family. Right? We ain't seen each other for 10 years. Man, where you been? Tell me about yourself. What's been going on? But then you got them motherfuckers like, here this motherfucker come. I ain't seen him in 10 years and I still feel like, oh shit, here this motherfucker come. Right? People need to learn that none of this shit. It's free to be respectful. It's free to be disrespectful until the consequences come. Right? It's free to be kind and compassionate. It's free to be stepped on and walked over until the consequences come. You got to remember, everything we do got consequences, good or bad. I'd rather incur the consequences of doing the good thing than to incur the consequences of being a fucked up, twisted, hateful ass, spiteful, backbiting, undermining, in the way ass motherfucker. I don't want to be that nigga. Right? I don't want to be him. So, that was my Professor Small edition. It's all about respect at the end of the day. If you ain't got no self-respect, you don't understand the value of respect to somebody else. Right? Yep, you gotta pay attention if you want the knowledge. But just because you hear it and you think it ain't stick, it's gonna stick. Just don't try to memorize it. Let it sink in. Digest that shit. Listen to it 2 or 3 times till you get it right. Whatever the case may be. Right? But when you don't know what your elders did, you don't know whether it's some motherfucking elders right now. If I seen a wheelchair rolling down the ramp, I would not try to stop that motherfucker before he rolled into traffic. And I'm not going to say Jesse Jackson's name. I'm not going to say Al Sharpton's name. Oh, did I say their name? Huh, my bad. But then you got elders that was doing it, right? But when you look in their background, you know the difference. We know Al Sharpton was working with the feds. What the fuck you think he working with the feds for? A whole full-blown power motherfucking preacher out of New York with a big-ass congregation raking in millions of dollars a month in donations, and this nigga's a informant for the FBI. He an informant for the FBI. What for? They can't pay him because he's making good money as a preacher. Why you need to be an informant? Why you need to be sellout ass motherfucker? Jesse Jackson want to rebrand us as African Americans, and you wonder why James Small got a problem with us changing our name again to Foundational Black Americans. We knew Jesse Jackson was part of the Martin Luther King balcony setup. It came out in the court case. And not just him, it was a whole pack of them rat-ass, traitor-ass niggas right in the SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That's why they got rid of Vernon Johns, my cousin. That's my mama maiden name. They got rid of Vernon Johns because that nigga wouldn't shut the fuck up and sit down like Rod won't shut the fuck up and sit down. Bad as I hate social media, I got to come out and tell you motherfuckers when these motherfuckers is wrong. Right? And we all know when we look at the picture who got the ties on and who don't. We all can see it. It ain't no secret. So when it came out in the trial, you got to understand what I'm saying. So now Professor Smalls is skeptical on a new term, Foundational Black Americans. Well, wait a minute. Where we get that shit from? Where we get that shit from? Who gave us the new name? Every time they rename us, on y'all not questioning this shit? How long have we been Foundational Black Americans? Tell me. Because I never heard of that shit before I got out the joint. I got out in 2008. Right? So I didn't hear nothing about no Foundational Black Americans, and none of my Black history studies, none of my indigenous studies, none of my American studies. I never heard of nobody called a Foundational Black American. I never seen it. Right? Now, I done read about the Negro, the miseducation of the Negro, up from slavery, you black motherfuckers, and all this shit. But I ain't never heard of a Foundational Black American. Just like before Jesse started referring to us as African Americans, it wasn't common. We had Black History Month. We didn't have African American History Month. We didn't. Right? We got a lot of motherfucking nerve for somebody to be suspicious of us being rebranded once again. And we ain't even questioning the narrative if we get our birthright back, reparations would be insignificant to quench our thirst for what's rightfully ours. You can't do it with reparations. You can't. They don't own enough shit to pay us reparations. They can't do it. It's not feasibly possible. I wrote a whole paper on reparations. Reparations, what it is, how to get it. From the perspective of a Pan-Africanist. It's all, the whole strategy is there, but there's one problem. It won't work because we ain't African. It won't work because we ain't African. It won't work because we ain't Africans. Now the Africans that's over here, some Africans came over here over the years. And some of them married into our community. And those that can trace their lineage, they eligible for reparations. But I'll tell you what, before you take the reparations, undo the scramble for Africa, and your reparations, they won't have nothing to pay you. If you are from Africa, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Angola, any of those West African countries, right? If you from there and your bloodline lineage brought you from there to here, I guarantee you whatever they offer you for reparations, when you go back to the motherland, which is your motherland, because mine is over here in Mississippi clay dirt, but when you go back to your motherland, they can't give you reparations when the people from Africa take their shit back. They don't own nothing. Everything in this world belongs to the mothers. Everything in this world, first right of the earth right, is the mothers. It's the matriarchal right to govern the earth, to be the caretakers of the earth. They only need the males in times of war. That's why we've been here this long. We've been fighting a long-ass war. They only need us to fight the war. They don't really need us. They can have babies without us if they remember who the fuck they is. But they're going to all be female. Right? Now, there is a whole lot of people that believe what we talking about is totally batshit crazy. But if you know that Vatican, when the sacerdotal seat was last held before Rome conquest, they built it on top of her motherfucking shit. Vatican. Before it was Vatican, it was Europa. Before it was Europa, it was Helen. Helen was the daughter of the fucking Pharaoh. The Pharaoh is the mother of the house, not the father. They got y'all thinking that the word Pharaoh mean the king. That's not the fucking Pharaoh. Pharaoh mean the lady who lights the house. It's in reference to Osset, a.k.a. Mother Mary. Hail Mary, Mother of God. What the fuck that make her? She's a God generator. She spit them motherfuckers out of her vagina, whether you call him a son this or a son. It don't matter. Or whether you call him a son. They still came from a vagina. Why is it important that we know that Gloria Gaynor is the only female Trump gave a medal to? Why is that important for you to keep spamming the chat with that same statement? It got to be important to you, and in the energy I'm in, it could trigger me in the wrong direction. So would you please explain why that's important, so I can pin the comments so everybody will know that Gloria Gaynor was the only female Trump gave a medal to and why it's important. So can you please tell me why that's important for us to know? And then I will pin your explanation so that the people that's watching right now can review what you say. Right? Okay, this is the question that they want everybody to be aware of. Yin Yang Princess Tiffany. So once you tell me why this is important, I'm going to pin that comment and unpin this one so we can know, Tiffany, why it was so important to know that Gloria Gaynor was the only female Trump gave a medal to. And I don't know, it might be something important, so I'm not going to just... But we all know Gloria Gaynor, 70s disco singer, I Will Survive, right? I don't know, it end up becoming from a woman liberation song to a gay pride song. I don't know how that happened. Don't ask me. Ask your feminists, because half of them was drag queens. So go ask them how did a woman surviving her feminine struggle, the suitable anthem for rights for men to pretend to be women. I don't know. I can't answer that question because I'm not dressing in drag. So maybe you ask somebody to dress in drag, but this originally, the Gloria Gaynor song, I Will Survive, was about a woman after a breakup going through her heartache and pain and healing herself. And then for some way that ended up becoming a gay pride anthem, right? As it became the gay pride anthem, none of the gay people was healing themselves. They was just bitching about surviving. I don't know. Then you had another one, Diana Ross made, about a woman that's going to show her gown off in the gala, I'm coming out, Okay, so I am asking why was she the only black female Trump gave a medal to, along with Sly Stallone, Kiss, etc. Now, Sylvester Stallone probably got his because he got Gitmo. Kiss is a legendary rock and roll group. I don't know what award he gave them, because that's like my give a fuck meter for celebrity shit is very low. So unless I see one that I know, like Michael Jackson, Chief, Gary, Indiana, became the greatest entertainer ever. We know who Mike is in relation to the culture. Sam Cooke, we know who Sam Cooke is in relation to the culture. Bobby Blue Bland, B.B. King, we know who they are in relation to the culture. But a lot of these, like a lot of the rock singers, the ones that followed Jimi Hendrix, that gave us heavy metal, we don't culturally identify with a lot of that, like Kiss, AC/DC, Metallica. I still listen to a lot of that, but a lot of us don't listen to it because they don't have that eclectic taste. But Sly Stallone was legendary, right? And his music is so laced with codes, just like the Parliament Funkadelic. Actually, Sly used to play with them. And there's a lot of tribal code in the Parliament music, in the Earth, Wind, and Fire music, in the Commodores music. It's a lot of tribal codes in the Temptations music, because most of that was written by Smokey Robinson, and the majority of us don't know that he's a Hyoka High Chief, right? And his thing was music, right? So you got all these different people culturally are relevant more than they are relevant as an entertainer. Their status as an entertainer just pushes them in the position to be recognized by the other members of the tribe just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on the land. So you got underground, well, they not underground to us, but to the mainstream, Gil Scott-Heron is an underground artist. Though a lot of the Peter Tosh, Buju Banton, those were considered underground over here, but they all got tribal codes in it. Bob Marley, he got so many tribal codes. Then you got people that they call underground, like Killer Priest from one of my favorite albums is Heavy Mental, right? Then you got people like ODB, you got AZ. Like, don't nobody know AZ just as skillfully lyrically as Nas. But he just had a different interest than the music wasn't his only interest. But he still dropped the codes. He got a song. When he come out on the song, he tell you flat out, this ain't about rap, this about respect. I learned the craft rules rap. Boy, I'm gonna show you. I'll let him spit his own lyrics for you. This song came out and I directly took it as a message to me.
Toledo's brightest tradition, Lights Before Christmas returns for its 40th year, igniting the spirit of the holiday season. From treasured family moments and joyful gatherings.
You got people like Tech Nine. Most of us don't know who Tech Nine is. Hold on, turn the light off on me. Hold on, y'all. That damn song.
We're going to stand over here and eavesdrop.
So talk about okay.
Hey Courtney, so I called to say goodnight to Linus last night, but Doug said you were washing his hair. Can I just come over after school sometime and see him?
I don't trust you around him, Gene. Wait, next time his arms fall off.
Another group, check out the X-Clan. X-Clan is so loaded with tribal code that you can literally sit there and get something from all over the world out of the tribal systems, right out of there.
Just need to assign our mediators. Tina, Louise. They'll be great. The only ones I've been able to trick into doing this. I may not be the only ones lucky enough to be chosen for this
What? I'm surprised they let me do this long on here without interrupting me. I can't find it. I ain't gonna keep looking for it. Bone Thugs and Harmony. A lot of people don't know Busy the Chief. Busy is a chief out of the Ohio territory. I try not to do predictions. Rise Kai is wicked. Rise Kai is wicked.
I survived the scale better than most to do.
I can do it.
I just had a great session. You could tell because I have so much of his skin under my nail.
This can't go on. I didn't pitch you. Okay, fine. I'll do it.
Great. It's $100 session.
That looks good. Let's radiate. Today you will determine who receives City of Linus Belcher Wheeler. Gene, your peer representatives will help rise.
Feel my pain.
Decisions you make
I knew I'd find it.
final and legally binding. Sort of. And you.
Okay. First, Gene Belcher will state his side of the dispute.
Maybe try to get with a little more energy.
No.
Yeah. Check him out. Check out the opening line. Hold on, I gotta let this commercial play.
A little more interesting.
Get it poppin'. Salute me. Coming through. Everybody's a target. Feel me. This ain't just rap, it's about connects. Our craft the trap talk, this is about respect. I'm a mixture of Matula and Malcolm X. Young Rick the ruler, my mouth's a mess. My little homie on house arrest. Trying to tell homie we grown, this is about success. The streets been so, we seen 1,000 deaths. So many.
Hey, look. He come out spitting straight tribal fire.
Don't think Gene's ready for this kind of responsibilities. I think the best thing for a wizard is to go visit my cousin. I told him about it. He's excited. He's a real music freak.
I'm looking. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all what I was just reading. This is the comment I was just reading. Right. It's saying the Marines, we have an event at the end called the Crucible. It's three event that is a sum total of everything we learned in training. Is this the same as the Crucible you were speaking with Dr. Kai? I think you mean Kia, Dr. Kia. Not necessarily, but it's a good description of what we would experience. But when I was talking about the crucible that I was referring to is the great melding pot, what they call God's crucible, where all of the earth problems get concentrated in one part of the geography. That becomes the crucible. And what that is we had a genetic spill on earth, and these people cause problems. Man, hell, I ain't worried about it. Anyway, the great melding pot, the melding pot and the crucible, basically the same meaning. So when they tell you America's the great melding pot, and then it's the secret societies that calls it God's crucible. right? And then the secret societies also say God's secret plan for America. All of this stuff comes under the controls of the unknown, the Black Hand secret societies. Now, the ones that's secretive, when you look at the old pictures, if the hand is inside of a shirt like that, that means that they carry a secret. But if it's out in the open, and you will see people that's speakers, they'll constantly put that hand out, right? And that means that they have no secrets. Everything that they telling you, they putting it in the open. Right now, why are they doing that? That's the same hand you use for Pledge of Allegiance. So why are you putting your hand in your lapel if you got a secret and outside if you don't got a secret? Because the hand in the lapel is the unseen hand. It is the hidden hand that's operating behind the scene. The ones with the hands out in the open, whatever they doing, they not hiding that. They letting you know out the gate, I'm down with this motherfucker right here to the end. I'm riding till the wheels fall off with Larry motherfucking Hoover, right or wrong. Because you got to pick a side. I'm riding with Angel Bay till the wheels fall off. I'm riding with Noble Drew Ali. Whoever you picking as your focal point for your progression into unraveling the secrets of this, what's going on in the real time. As you unraveling that, you're going to run across people that you agree with 10%, and you're going to run across people that you agree with 99%. But if they all can contribute, every one of the pieces becomes a valuable piece to the puzzle. No, the reason why the hand that's shown is not the dirty hand is because they are trying to make the dirty hand come from behind the curtain, Mr. Oz. Get your stinking ass from behind the curtain before I sick these big dogs on you, because a little dog done already ratted you out. So you're going to get from behind the curtain. It's a pull and push between the ones that want us free with the hands in the open, and then the ones that don't want us free with the concealed hidden hands. Right? When you look at the structure of what's going on, you gotta have somebody in a secret society to fight for you when everybody else in the secret society is fighting against you for your birthright. Right? Now, they show this in one of these new movies. I think it's American Gods, when the brother didn't even know he was the heir to the secret society, and he go in there, then they put the pale face on notice. Yeah, he's a blood heir. He got blood rights to this shit. Right? It's the same story of Prince Hall. Prince Hall and Absalom Jones discovered that they was using voodoo, our shit, in secret societies against us, telling us not to use our shit to fight them. So when he discovered it, it's one way to get it all out in the open. Start your own secret society with everything you learn. Lovecraft Country, that's the one. Lovecraft Country. Anyway, so once you find out what the secrets is, you have to set up one in order to put it back out in the open. And this is why you have seen and unseen hands at work. You got the ones who go on the front lines fighting against the ones in the motherfucking offices that's directing their front lines from way back up in that high rise. Right? And it's another one, not Love Country, but the lady is the heir, and she's the heir to a grimoire, which is a family bloodline. That might be American Gods. But all of them got heavy codes in it about what's taking place. Right? The Jones plantation is the one that everybody need to see. They got if you type in Jones Plantation, they got a little reel on there. I went over it on Young Elder before, and so it's giving you some insight. And once you get this insight, you can take it further by going in and investigating what's really taking place. If you go back to the movie Django, the character Samuel L. Jackson played was the Dirty Moor. The character that Django, which was Jamie Foxx was playing, he was the righteous chief of the land who was going to get his wife from these niggas, right? And in the process, he was an equal opportunity ass kicker, right? The story is derived from Bass Reeves, who became the Lone Ranger.
Trinity Health Plan of Michigan. The Medicare Advantage plan with a mission to make
Well, it's a whole lot of ships flying all around you. I don't know. Most people don't see them. I could see them, but I can't see them with the naked eye, if that makes sense to you. I know they there. I can sense them on a higher level, but I can't show them to you. I can't bring them out, so I don't never tell nobody. I can't bring it out and show it to you, right? So I don't like to talk about space shit, extraterrestrials, but it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers coming to show gratitude for the overthrow of the nefarious beings that was governing over the earth for the last 6,000 years, being overthrown by the Earthborn. When we freed Earth, we freed systems of people from different star systems. Now they all got people all the way down. It's like a big ass parking lot on the other side of the sun. As we go around the sun, they go around the sun. Just because they use the sun glare to block them out. AI Atlas ain't no motherfucking... That ain't even the real shit. AI Atlas is a contrivance to justify what's about to happen. They got a time limit on it. I'm just watching it play out. Right? But I don't really care about no motherfuckers coming from nowhere else. I'm going to care about us on Earth. I don't care about no Anunnaki. I don't care about the Lyrans, the Syrians. I don't care about the Vulcans. I don't care about the Martians. I only care about the Earthborn. The rest of the motherfuckers got their own shit to worry about, and they can worry about themselves. We be so busy worrying about them that we can't take care of our own affairs. That's why we always behind, because we always worry about what another motherfucker doing instead of doing the best we can with what we got. Right? We want to tear down the elders because we've discovered after they did years of work that things wasn't how we were told. And the elder is still under the mind control of the ones from before them. So they ain't had a chance to break free from the bullshit yet. So now, here we come, the new elders about to rise into the positions of elders in the land, which makes us being responsible to teach the youth where we got fucked up at. They told us as best they could that where we got fucked up at. When he become leery, we talk to Dr. Smalls, when he become leery of other people changing our name, and it ain't from nobody that's from none of the circles that he's aware of, the first thing gonna come to his mind, whether he say it or he don't say it, is here come another trick. Here come another deception. Why are they trying to do what they trying to hide from us now? He supposed to be antagonistic to a new identity. This the foundational Black American identity is not 10 years old. So we just supposed to abandon everything and start screaming foundational Black Americans. Oh, I'm foundational Mississippi clay dirt that all this shit built on. My bloodline been here so long, wasn't no here before we got here because we had to build this shit. The only way it's a cookie that you can tell the difference is how we treat each other. The ones that be trying to be nice in everybody's face and then talk about the motherfucker they was trying to be nice to behind their back, that ain't us. The ones that come in and see us fighting and then they try to egg the argument into a fist fight, right? That ain't us. They show themselves because they can't hide who they is. It's in their nature, it's in their character. We the ones that's always coming in. Y'all cut that bullshit out. Y'all brothers, y'all cousins. Y'all been doing each other this long. Why y'all gonna start fighting now? Man, y'all ain't fighting over no chick, are y'all? Them us. We trying to resolve the matter with the least amount of collateral damage as possible. The motherfuckers don't care about the collateral damage or the direct damage. As long as they can get to witness some damage being done, they content, they happy, they at peace with what they seeing. Now, I'm going to end this and I'm going to log back on because I want to do some Q&As, open Q&A. I don't care what y'all want to talk about. It's just always a follow-up to Chiefing with the Chief. So, I'm going to log off, go get me something to drink because I ran off and left my drink. And then I'm going to come back and do part 2, which is Q&A, Chiefing with the Chief. All right, so be on standby for that, and I'll be back. a 10, 10, 10 toes down, 10 fingers up on the flip. That's a cartwheel. So this one is going to be open Q&A. So if you got a question, go ahead and request to be on the live, and I'll let you in to ask your question. I said everything I had to say in the last video directly, so now anything else got to be elicited through question Q&A.
Model T wheel mounted on the wall. The reason why, why do we have that? It's like the entrance from America's Motor City, perfect, right? But the winged wheel on the Red Wings logo is a Model T wheel. And so we tell that story here. And we tell the story of the entire sort of how the logo was created. It's super interesting, but it's those kind of things that as a real fan, you might close and personal to some artifacts that, maybe you've never seen or certainly seen in years.
Well, Darius Adams. We're doing open Q&A. I'm trying to let some people up. Ben Ami. Benaya Ben Ami. Okay, I'm gonna try somebody else. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Chiefing with the Chief. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what can I help you with today?
Hey, Chief Phil, first and foremost, I want to pay respect to you, man. I appreciate what you're doing for us.
Man, I'm trying, man, but these motherfuckers make it so difficult to do anything for our benefit. It makes you not want to do nothing for us because there's so much ingratitude for the ones that came before us, the ones that's fighting the fight now. Everybody want to be part of the gossip circle to tear a motherfucker down, but don't nobody want to be part of the celebration committee to uplift the motherfucker.
That's right. That's right. Can't build nothing, can't tear nothing down without having a plan in place for rebuilding.
Yeah. And that shit just, it's heartbreaking, really, because I'm pretty sure that the people talking shit about Dr. Smalls don't know his background for real, for real. They just probably seen him on some clips and thinking that he's just some elder they recorded recently and he got a little hot video. They don't know he been in this shit walking next to the real motherfuckers doing the real frontline boots to the ground work.
Before social media. You know what I'm saying? When real blood was shed. But we passed that point, right?
I hope so, man. As soon as I didn't really had no intentions on doing no live tonight, but somebody sent me a clip. I ain't gonna say no names, but they was not happy because I was not disrespectful to the elder, knowing his history. I know his history. You know what I mean? I've been watching him for years. While I was in prison, I was watching him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I already know what he been doing, just because his information, he didn't have his access to the same level of information, and he didn't read the same books that a lot of us read. He read the shit that came before. So we gotta correct the errors that the elders made as best we can, and the youth gonna correct our mistakes.
That's right.
I tell them the baby's got it now, so do what you gonna do.
Yeah, that's like my uncle one time. My cousin was beefing with my family and my grandmother, and he wasn't allowed over my grandmama's house, and because he brought a gun in the house and disrespected my grandmother by yelling at her, and my uncle whooped his ass and said, "Yeah, you got to respect your grandmother. That's how we stay blessed. You know, no matter if she was wrong for whatever the case may be, not understanding the new struggles. You know what I'm saying? But there's certain principles that we got to abide by, and
Yeah. And,
yeah,
that's
man.
like Big Cookie went to prison for a murder he didn't commit, got put on death row. Instead of killing him, they froze his ass in Area 51. Now they done thawed him out. And now he come out. If I don't agree with him, am I supposed to be disrespectful for him? To him? I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers freeze me for your ass. They got to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I hate being cold that bad,
Mm.
right? But the level of understanding of somebody's struggle, right? If you don't understand the struggle, you need to go read Blue Ray's Black Redemption, right? He had to be sat down in order to find himself. But they didn't want him to find himself and come back and free nobody else. That's why they gave him the death penalty. Because they knew by the time he find himself, he was going to have the same thing happen. A whole litany of people was going to advocate for him to get released. They scared to release him because he's going to tell the tribes the truth about the blue and the red and how these motherfuckers got y'all fighting each other. And he is a living example. So they give him the death penalty because they don't never want him to be able to tell it. Well, we got to figure out an end run around that shit, right?
Mm.
Look, don't come on here asking me if I'm for no motherfucking Israel. Blow that bitch off the map. Blow that bitch off the map because it's causing too many problems for the rest of the world. Just demolish that shit. Carpet bomb the entirety of the West Bank, Israel, Palestine, fuck them all. They ain't got nothing to do with our struggle over here, and they kicking all our money going over there. So just blow them all up so we can keep our money at home. You're gonna blow them up anyway. Come on here asking about no goddamn Israel. Fuck Israel.
How you get rid of the ideology though?
Look, the ideology gonna get rid of itself when people start waking up to what the fuck going on.
Mm-hmm. All right. I got a question for you, Chief.
Yep.
I don't know what episode, but I've been chimed in with you for a while now, and I'm grateful to be on here with you today. Um, but you had said one time that if you are a chief, there's gonna be one of three birds following you: an eagle, a hawk, or a falcon, and one for a priestess. What did you mean by that? And how do you know which
Nature,
bird?
nature symbols, nature signs. So we got totem animals,
Mm-hmm.
right? When you hear the term Algonquin, that
Mm-hmm.
means eagle face, bird face. It's really tied back to Tahuti, right? The bird and the feathers became sacred to all of the tribes of the Americas. And several tribes in the motherland, several tribes in the Far East, what we call Asia. Okay, now the bird is the symbol for spiritual freedom, the freedom to soar spiritually. The apex of the birds is the eagle first, it's the falcon, and it's the hawk, right? The falcon or the hawk is used in falcon. Falconry is using them to hunt for, with using the nature of the bird to turn him into a tool of hunting. And um, now the bird of prey can now serve its man as a hunter. Okay, so now you got your hawk and your falcon, but you got the cleanup crew. The cleanup crew, the condor or the turkey vulture or the buzzard, that's the cleanup crew. It's the chiefs just boots on the ground actually doing the physical work of whatever. If it's in peacetime, they plowing fields. If it's in wartime, they fighting combat, right? If it's time to upgrade the society, they teach it in university. So when we tie to a animal, one of the birds, we tie to a bloodline, and that bird will follow us. And sometimes we'll have more than one that's tied to our totem animal because of our bloodline. So let's say the eagle, the hawk, and the buzzard, right? Let's say you got all three of these birds that's constantly popping up. You're seeing them everywhere you go. They following you. It look like they following you because it look like it's the same bird. And probably it is. But this is because nature is tracking you, not man. Nature used what's natural to track you. And if you're moving faster than a land animal will run, which is in the motor vehicle, then they have to use aerial view. This is where you even get the idea of an Air Force from. You have to see it from the air, what they call a bird's eye view. They have to watch you from above so they can't lose you. It's the same meaning as the symbol of the all-seeing eye on the pyramid, meaning to have the bird's eye, third eye view of the land, everything under it, the base of the pyramid, right? The capstone is not connected to the pyramid, which is really representing of the chief, and his physical disconnection from the people represents the entire structure itself, right? Where it appears to be physically separated, it's because it's spiritually tied together to the rest of the pyramid to form one structure. You get it? So when Dolph flipped me a code, he flipped me a pyramid capstone with a red eye. Immediately brought up George Jackson, the Soledad brother, as a gorilla knock, blood in my eye. So now I got to find out, why is Dolph sending me the code of blood in my eye? What in the fuck? And not just the regular eye, blood in my third eye. What have he seen? What does he discover? And it led me down a rabbit hole that ended up with me channeling the boy Triple X that I had never listened to none of his music before. And he's getting on my fucking nerves because he keep calling me bro. And he keeps saying, I ain't dead, bro. I ain't dead, bro. Tell him I ain't dead. I'm still here. I'm just laid out. I'm just hid up. And I'm like, man, would you quit calling me bro? I'm going to tell him everything you telling me if you quit calling me bro. That was he kept doing it for me to bring attention to it, right? So when his tribe heard me channeling, they immediately inboxed me a whole slew of youngsters. I don't know. I never listened to his music. And I never really watched him that much. But they was in my inbox talking about, bro, that was our chief, man. You was talking directly to him. It wasn't a fluke. This is his tribe telling me that. I don't know him like that. Right? Now, if it had been Pac, I'd have been able to have a whole conversation with him, and I wouldn't have had to check with nobody because that's my guy. Right? But because it's a person that I'm not familiar with, he have to have a what they call a calling card. So Dolph turned Triple X on to me on the ethers telepathically. Hey, check in with this guy. So when he's channeling to me off what Dolph's saying, he's saying, I'm going to walk you through it. Now, I'm sitting in my room before I go live. He's walking me through these pictures. And it's a countdown from a guy that owned a record label called Empire. And it was a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And every one of them, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 was an Empire artist that was some kind of way mysteriously came up murdered. and we know them all. And so when I was doing the live, and then he came back in on the live, Triple X, and started really annoying me. And his calling card was to keep calling me bro, for his tribe to recognize that he really was talking to me because it was getting on my nerves. And normally I talk to a lot of these young guys that never bothered me before. But every time he said it, it annoyed me. And I'm like, man, I'm telling them everything you're telling me, right? So while he's telepathically telling me this stuff, his people, I'm getting stuff, tickers in the comments and everything. And I'm like, damn. So what he ended up showing me, he say, he say, big bro, let your man be free and follow me for a minute. He took me to a meeting. And in this meeting, it was looked like a library room or old study from The Godfather or something. And it was an old Arab dude sitting there, or Chaldean or something. He was Middle Eastern. And it was another one sitting on the side of his desk. And then the dude that on Empire Records comes in the room. I remembered him from the pictures. And I'm like, damn. So he was like, just watch, bro. Watch what they do. So they opened up a big ass book and it got all of the artists' names on Empire Records. But beside him, it got insurance policy amounts. They don't have no knowledge of this. It's all done in the back, in this dark room. So when they go through the insurance policies, he said, look, bro, look, you're going to see my name and you're going to see Dolph's name. So he zoomed in on the book. It had Dolph Ziggler, not Dolph Ziggler, Young Dolph, and he had his real name in brackets behind his stage name. And then it said 100 million and it had a symbol by it. 100 million and whatever this other symbol was, right? So he go down all of the artists that was dead. He was one of them. He had his stage name, XXXTentacion, and then he had his real name in the bracket, and then he had $100 million, and then it had another symbol behind it. The symbols was the code because the dude had to get a certain amount of artists' blood in order to meet his quota. The symbol told them how much was the balance on the quota. And they was paying him out in increments of $100 million in insurance money that had nothing to do with the artist's family or their estate. And she was showing me, Triple X showing me all this telepathically. And so I'm trying to explain to people what's going on with Young Dolph. And Young Dolph people start flipping me codes. And then they say it was going to be another rapper from Memphis was going to get accused falsely of being involved. And they showed me Soulja Boy. When they showed me Soulja Boy, they say they was going to try to implicate him in Dolph, but he don't got nothing to do with it. So then a couple days go by, I'm on Instagram, and guess who pop up? Soulja Boy. And he was rambling, but everything he said sounded like it was related to what I was shown. But you could tell he was just on there rolling the blunt, just chitting. But it was like answering everything. And he was like, man, Memphis don't move like that, man. I don't know who them niggas is. Them some strange niggas, right? But I don't think he was talking about specifically about Dolph Cakes. He was just talking about something that went on in Memphis that it had nothing to do with no Memphis guys. But based on what I had seen and what he was talking about, it seemed like the answer to what I was seeing is what he was talking about. It was crazy. I was like, whoa, right? Then I was like, shit, he got a whole crew of Soulja Boy soldiers. Right? Now, my attention was drawn to him by Ice-T. Because Ice-T said Soldier Boy single-handedly destroy hip hop. He can eat a dick. Oh man, no OG don't talk to the young G like that when he doing the best he can with what he know. The baby 16 years old when he made that song in high school, having fun playing with his homeboys. They make up a dance and turn it into a song. We didn't know it was gonna take off like that. You can't say he single-handedly killed hip hop. Hell, if that's the case, Nas had already declared hip hop dead.
There's a season for everything.
Long before Soldier Boy came about. So how he single-handedly killed? So I just felt that Ice-T owed him an apology for that. So that draw my heartstrings to be able for him to say something, and then I could pick a tribal frequency up from it. Right? This shit is not what people think it is. They got it all. They got the game all twisted. It ain't what people think it is. But because they think they know better than everybody else, you can't tell them shit. So I hope I answered your question because I went on a long trip on that one.
No, you did. And the messages.
Yeah. But those birds are tied to your totem. Your totem governs the frequency by which you receive spiritual information.
Mm.
And by knowing what they mean, it helps you interpret messages from nature. Nature talking to us all the time, but we have to develop our individual codex for it.
Yeah.
Because you gotta everything you see, you like, what are the if you don't want to call it a tree, you gotta make up your own name for that shit. I'm gonna call that mother forful.
Yeah.
So now when I talk to people, yeah, man, I got a brand new forful garden in my backyard. You don't know what you talking about. Oh, no, that ain't no tree, man. That's a forful. Man, them
Man.
trees. I'm forful. I don't identify with your dynamic no more. I'm growing out of it. So I make my own codex. Now
Word.
when right, so now when you hear the word somewhere, you be like, oh, nature talking back.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody know what you named the tree but you and the people you told. So when nature bring the word back to you, nature talking back to you. Right?
I was just talking to a tree the other day. I went to go take a piss on her, and I asked her, I said, what I said to her. I don't remember what I said to her, but I know what she told me. She said, grow me large, and I'll take you deep.
She said what?
She said, grow me large, and I'll take you deep.
Roots around the ground, the bigger the tree is, the larger the tree. Grow me large. Right?
Man.
And you was pissing on the tree?
Yeah, I took a yeah, I did. I took a piss on the tree.
Yeah. So she's telling you she's gonna use your bodily waste as a form of fertilizer.
Word.
Honor
She
the tree.
I know she know it because that's what I think about every time I take a piss on her. And I take a point to anytime I have some fruit, throw my pills on her in the bushes. Don't ever throw them away. You know what I'm saying? That's the blood. That's the blood given back to earth.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why they created waste distribution centers. Remember, before they had toilets, they had outhouses. Before they had outhouses, we went and peed and shit under trees and different stuff
That's right.
and bushes, right?
It's
And
still right.
yeah, so we, that's what we was doing on purpose, though, because when our bodily waste get in the ground, Mother Earth can then determine what we sick with, what plants need to grow in the area, and
Mm-hmm.
code them to the genetics of the person's DNA. It's a lot of
Mm.
communication our waste give to the earth. So when they create waste distribution centers and processing centers, it takes the connection to the earth from our waste system. Earth is no longer processing our waste, man is doing it.
That's right. And that's part of the rebuilding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look, systems like that.
Yeah. That's why we always used everybody that lived in the city had a lifeline in the country. We didn't have grocery stores. Grocery stores is not 200 years old.
Right.
Right? We had trading posts, but the trading posts consisted of something from all of the local tribes that came and brought goods to be traded for other goods. They tried to make it like the colonizers set up the trading posts. We
Right.
had trading posts thousands of years before they ever got here.
Trapping.
Mm-hmm. Just
Hey,
getting.
you know anybody that got some tobacco? Real homegrown tobacco, one of ours.
Well, you literally they got families that still grow their own tobacco all through the South. We not gonna never stop growing weed. We not gonna never stop growing tobacco. I don't care how many laws they make. We can always do it. It's part of who we is. We ain't gonna never stop growing corn,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So those are three crops we gonna always grow.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You know,
That's
so
that.
yeah.
Like
But
I had recently bought some wait, what you gonna say, Chief?
yep, I got my I'm right now I'm getting my cigars from Brother Rich. He got a grower that's coming out of I don't want to butcher it. I don't want to, but he got a grower that's been doing it on one of the islands, and the tobacco is a whole different animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tobacco supposed to allow your mind to flow current smoother. You got you got you got nicotine receptors that's supposed to help you with processing higher levels of information than you would normally encounter um, if you was just you walking around regular and didn't smoke, right? You
Mm-hmm.
probably wouldn't process higher realms of information. So the nicotine receptor, once you plug it in, it's like plugging your cell phone into a laptop to transfer data, right? Except you use the nicotine plant and the receptor as the communicator.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have what's called an endocannabinoid system. It's a whole energy field tied to your aura. It's the
Yep.
bonding agent between your aura and your physical body, which is also to help you process higher forms of information. This is why college students that can't left home and didn't do no kind of narcotics smoke weed all the way through their college career because it helped them study and helped them to recall and retain information better.
Tap into the energies of the earth.
Yeah. Now the endocannabinoid system do so many different things. It helps the body to relieve pain, stress, breaks down cortisol in the organs, breaks down cortisol in the skin and in the fatty tissues, which allows you to break down the fatty tissue. The reason you get the munchies is so that you can eat high concentrations of carbs because the sugars in the brain, when it's rapidly firing at a high capacity, is primarily using the glucose that comes
Yeah.
from the transfer of the carbohydrates into simple sugars. And then the brain uses that. And when you smoke in the herb, you get what's called the dirty burn with the sweets. The dirty burn increases the black soot between the synapses, which increases the melanin communication with the central nervous system. So they knew everything they was doing, and this is why they said one of the reasons they want to get rid of marijuana because we smoke weed and go insane and rape white women, which wasn't true.
Right. Nah. Yeah, man. That's definitely a crop we need to be incorporating more in our business strategies, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Create creating those trading posts, like you said.
Well,
I re-
everything that we did, they stopped us from doing it so that the government can monetize it,
Mm-hmm.
control it, and then sell us back our culture.
Okay, let me ask you this: as far as say somebody who plays no role within their systems, say don't pay no tax, not in the tax system, nothing like that, operates business, but don't want to be anything that has to do with the LLCs, what's not like that.
That's the
But
oral
still take
tradition. That's because they tied to the oral tradition. They don't. The paperwork is all based on fraud out its inception. You
how would you that man move in commerce? You know what I'm saying?
yeah
Because
well, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices in some areas. But
what you say? What do you mean?
what I mean is, okay, let's say that you wanted to do commerce on the level of Elon Musk. You need a paperwork. Even if
Mm-hmm.
you ain't to that level yet, but that's what you're trying to do. You need the paperwork until the system collapses. Because they're not gonna let you do commerce on that level without it. Now, for the ones of us, like everything I do is based on the oral tradition. I don't
Mm-hmm.
do commerce like that, right? I do it on the smallest scale possible, so I don't feed their system's life, you know, line. They
Mm-hmm. All right.
understand that their system is fraudulent, and you
Mm-hmm.
are unaware that their system is fraudulent. They are aware that they're acting under the color of law in violation of the United States Code 1983. I think it's 24 USC 1983, color of law.
Mm-hmm.
They already know that all of their legal system, they're acting under color of law. How do they know this? Because they all got titles of nobility, and they all know the Constitution, Article 1, in two different places prohibited the state and the federal government on both parts from giving out titles of nobility,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now they know that you have tapped into the fraud. They can charge you with fraud for supporting it. This is why the paperwork become a trap. When you
Mm-hmm.
try to use the um, tools that the enemy gave you to get out of his system, they only gave you a way to dig deeper in like a tick. Just when you think you was getting out, they can put you in a prison, call you a terrorist, committing mass fraud that could lead to the downfall of the government, and we won't hear from you again.
For sure.
And you can be 100% right doing what you're doing according to their constitution. And anybody that want a living example of that is the rise of the Moors. And the rise of the Moors movement was paramilitary training, right? And they were trying to operate outside of the government channels. That's all constitutional. The right to bear arms, it can't be infringed upon. But everybody was a legal gun owner. You got to pay this attention now. The rise of the Moors, none of them guys should still be locked up, and they all still locked up. Not because they um I like them or anything. I don't know nothing about them people personally, but I know the case that they caught. The Constitution say that we are obligated. This is in the Constitution to form a well-formed militia. So they can't be terrorism. Why are they still there? They was right the whole time, and they've been locked up at least 3 years. But they've been right the whole time. Just because you right don't mean the system is going to honor the fact that you right. The system is not designed for us to ever benefit. They called us outlaws for a reason, because we exist outside the scope of their law fundamentally. But they use deception to lure us to abide by their law that has nothing to do with us. We didn't sail over here from Europe. They did. We didn't fall out with our king, they did. Understand what I'm telling you? We already had constitutions. We didn't need theirs. We had Articles of Confederation, right? We had the Iroquois Constitution,
Mm-hmm.
right? We had the Treaty of the Five Tribes that make up your five boroughs. What we call it the Shinnecock Treaty. There was a tribal treaty, had nothing to do with nobody from Europe. That's why they can't never make five boroughs turn into one city. I don't care how you do it. It's separated by five different tribes, led by the Shinnecock. And they came together before the Dutch came. When the Dutch came, they named it New Amsterdam. Well, the Dutch got their
I
ass
can't
kicked.
hear you breaking up. Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
The Dutch got their ass kicked. When the Dutch get their ass kicked, it go from New Amsterdam to New Yorkshire. Yorkshire is a city in England. That means that the enemy just switched. They went from being Dutch to English now. In the five boroughs, all of the tribes are still there. They ain't go nowhere. The Delaware Indians still in Delaware. I lived with them in 88, 89 for a whole year, working at Towns and Chicken Factory. Right? The tribes are still there. I went to Newark. I stayed in Newark in 90 and for about 6 months. Newark, the Newark Indians are still there. I talked to them. Right? So we ain't never went nowhere except different parts of the land. But they want to tell us we from somewhere else. Right? They did the Pequot massacre, but they didn't kill all the Pequot. They're still survivors. How we know? Because they still here. The Pequot Indians are still here. Right? We didn't come from nowhere else. We was already doing business and commerce. Our great roadway was the Mississippi River. We called him Old Man River. Only reason we called him Old Man River because he was always being told how to be traveled by some woman. We call Big Mama, the old lady, or Miss Pippi. Take your pick. So Old Man River is being instructed by Big Mama, orchestrated. What is she doing before these motherfuckers get here in 1492? She's just feeding the people of the land. That's why we don't have no poverty. This family farm, you travel from this part of the Mississippi to this part, and you feed them people in that city. In this family farm, y'all travel this part of the Missouri River, and y'all feed these people over here. And that's how we didn't need no grocery stores. Grocery stores is to starve us out, not to feed us. Because as soon as they take them away, we don't have no means of producing our own food no more because they done ran us off our family farm with sharecropping agreements, squatters' rights, and eminent domains.
Mm-hmm.
This is the design of their system, the structure. So any one of us, we know that we can't use the paperwork system directly. What we have to do is use the oral tradition and then make the paperwork come to us. They got to surrender to us when we show the competence in this particular area.
What language? What language would you say
It
you
don't
learned?
matter. It don't matter what language we don't. It don't matter. We can all have different languages, or we can all learn the same language. Right now, the only language that's current that was written by one of us over here is called Nuwapi. Written by the Nuwapians, Dr. York and his clan. That's the only original language right now that we have over here. Everything else is a spin-off of something Semitic or adopting the letter and words from other places. That's your English language.
Is Nuwapian. Nuwapian.
Mm-hmm.
Do their words animate life?
I don't know. You got to use them and try them.
I'm just asking. Because one of my favorite books that I've read was called Braiding Sweetgrass. I don't know if you heard of it.
What's the name of it?
Braiding Sweetgrass.
That was doing on me.
Mm-hmm. She spoke a language called Potawatomi.
Yeah, that's a tribal tongue. That's an ancient tribal tongue.
Yeah. And one of the chapters that really caught me the most was it was a chapter on the animate language and how our language of today doesn't really animate life. Like say, uh, what do we call a mushroom coming out of the dirt? You know what I'm saying? The action of it. You know what I'm saying? And the word is popoe. But that word can be used across so many different like contexts. Like we also use it popoe, like when we arouse as men. Popoe.
That's how we affect language anyway. Look, everything half of the English language was taken from tribal words. This is why we got to look at the language. Look at the etymology of the words. The English language had what they call a base language, 300 letters. It was the Orisha tribe language, right? They settled in England and Scotland and came up with the first iteration of the English language called Old English. It was actually called High English, as in the mountains. And then it became Old English. And this language only had like 300 to 600 words at most in the language. But now you can get an English dictionary with 1 million words in it. You know, and when you look at the etymology, you'll find we got Arabic words, we got Chinese words, Japanese
Mm-hmm.
words, Korean words, Hindu words. We
We
got
create
varying
words every
different
day.
we got varying different words from different African tribes in the English language, but about 40 to 50% of it is words borrowed from us over here
Mm-hmm.
because that's what make us confused, genetically confused, right? Because we're gonna always alter whatever language we speak over time. It's gonna evolve. If you look at how we do the English language, in the 20s we had jive talk,
Mm-hmm.
right? But in the
No, no.
2020s we got ebonics, street
Mm-hmm.
slang,
Mm-hmm.
right? We just changed the name of what it is, the same thing, just the tribal influence on the common language to remind each other that we still here,
That's right.
right? Now, most of us not gonna notice it because we don't have an eye for tribal things unless we've been pre-programmed by our parents and grandparents to see things from a tribal perspective,
Mm-hmm.
right? So my mama was one of them people. My father and my mother's brother was always going to a powwow. I say, Uncle Buck, why y'all always going to a powwow? Ain't that what Indians do? He said, because we chiefs. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. But it ain't no joke. But he laughed,
Mm-hmm.
right? And now I'm confused because I thought we were supposed to be something called black. We
Mm-hmm.
wasn't African Americans yet. I asked my mama, right, where we came from. She said here. I'm like, no, I mean like what ship we came on. We ain't came on no damn ship. Programming me to think from the perspective of the people from this land. That stuff has nothing to do with you. Now you got to figure out what's yours. Get it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So the paperwork fraud and the language fraud is all to confuse us genetically. Because your DNA gonna express who you is, knowingly or unknowingly.
That's right.
Hey, Doc, I'm gonna let somebody else up now. I had you up here for a minute because I'm only gonna do like 2 or 3 more people and I'm out.
All right, Chief. Love.
All right, peace, money.
Peace.
Let me see who in here. Oh, we got the brothers in here tonight, heavy. Nate the Great coming in or what?
Going on, Chief?
Peace, my brother. What can I help you with today?
Man, I was just listening in, to be honest, and I love the way that you handled that Dr. Smalls joint. Can you see me?
I can see.
I can't see you for some reason.
Yeah, it do that sometimes. We can't see each other, but we playing, we rolling, everybody see us.
Right. I appreciate you the way you did that, man, because it was a lot of people who wanted, they just wanted you to snap out on them, and, you know, all this and that. Basically, it's like we in this whole mess. Like psychologically, they did a hell of a number on this, man, and they got a lot of us fighting amongst each other because a lot of it just don't know. You know what I mean? And it's like it's hard to explain to certain people without them getting in their feelings, and you know what I mean? They don't want to let go of what they've been taught, and new information is just so problematic. How do you deal with the people around you with that mindset?
They don't nobody give me no issue. Only people give me issue. At first, I get pushback from people that's been taught a certain way a long time, and then I have to okay, I gotta listen to what they saying because if I can't hear them, they can't hear me. We can't speak the same frequency. Once I hear them, most of the stuff, if they're a Christian, I've experienced that. I know where they stuck at. If they're a Muslim, I've experienced that. I know where they stuck at. If they're Moorish American, I've experienced. I know where they stuck at. The Nation of Islam, I've experienced. I know where they stuck at. Right, and those are the lanes that we travel to learn how to help people break free from the brainwashing.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, once we see where they're coming from, now we know what questions to ask them to trigger a deeper thought about what they were told by connecting it to something that they're familiar with to reduce the drag of the cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps them to assimilate new information based on what they know and what they don't know being joined. So you use something they already know. This is why we can't just throw the Bible away as toxic as it's been to us, because you can use the Bible to get a starting point for most of our people. And once you get that starting point, you can do a Q&A. This is part of how to deprogram cult victims. I did a study on that and studied that for about 3 or 4 years. But this is what they do. So once you know where a person is stuck at, you know how to get him free with the questions you ask. The wrong question will make them double down on the delusion. The right question will only trigger them to think for themselves more than what you're saying, but different than what they understand. And as you walk them through the process, they'll say, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, look right here. Tell me what you see. Right? Okay, now, it's like the word Jesus. Everybody swear Jesus is a man. And every time somebody come up with a stringy hair and a beard talking about their Jesus, the government crash down on them with full force because they know that's not Jesus. It has no possibility of being anything but an imposter. Jesus is ISIS. How do I know this? Because the Greek spelling of it is ISIS. And it's the same word that they translating as Jesus in the Bible. It's ISIS. Everywhere you see Jesus, the word in the New Testament, now Old Testament, you don't see Jesus. You see Yahshua. Because that's Joshua who was with Moses. and carried on after Moses left, right? Joshua, to them, was a saintly figure in non-Christian Hebrew culture. The problem is he's an afterthought. The whole Old Testament was to justify the New Testament. The New Testament was written first. It was actually taken from the Holy Drama. They came through the Coptic Church to get their first set of what they call scriptural texts. They formed a Council of Nicaea to determine how to create what they call canon. What are canons for?
War,
What do they do?
they shoot
What do they shoot?
ammunition.
Okay.
Cannon
Now,
ball.
reason I ask you that is because the gospel is a canon. It's called the canon of the gospel.
That
It's a
was heavy.
tool. It's a tool for warfare, right?
That
Not
was
only is it a canon of gospel, right? It's training you to be on a worship or a warship. That's called a homonym flip. They telling you you worshiping, but they actually got you on a warship. The warship is the good ship Plymouth. How do I know? Because Malcolm said we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Well, what is Malcolm talking about? The good ship Plymouth, aka the Mayflower, the colonizer ship that crashed in Virginia. That they set up a monument called the Plymouth Rock to commemorate the crash site. This is where the ship ran ashore. We didn't crash our landmass into some ship called the Plymouth. The Plymouth ran amok on our landmass. So we ain't the ones lost at sea. They lost on land. But they tricked us into believing we was civilly mortis so they can institute the salvage right. And the salvage right is where they came up with a squatter's right. Only under salvage can you squat. Otherwise, you've designated land by a proper owner. Squatters don't have no proper land. They on somebody else's land. That's why they call them a squatter. But they're here to occupy by an occupying force. What does the occupation look like? It look like your judicial committee, your judges and your lawyers, all of them are barristers, all of them got titles of nobility from England. Under King George was the one who issued the first charter. Since they all got titles of nobility, they can't be part of the government, but they all leave the judge the bench or they give up a practice in order to run for office. What the hell just happened? The Supreme Court in the early days said that no attorneys shall be a member of the Congress or the Senate. Well, how the fuck is it full of lawyers now? Everybody up there is a lawyer. 98% of them are lawyers. That means they all working for the enemy. Every one of them that got an Esquire or honorable on their name is working for London. Those are titles of nobility that you can look up in any Black's Law dictionary, and it'll tell you that Esquire is a title of nobility. Honorable is a title of nobility, right? We didn't have those over here because there was no big I's and no little U's. It was just who was where and what did you know how to do that served your purpose to the public. They come over here with a whole new system, a uniform system. That requires them to wear uniforms when they at work. And that's the only way they can commercialize your culture is by first giving it a licensing agreement. They got to monetize everything you naturally do so they can make money off your nature.
I'm listening. I see you got my young king. He want to be on camera.
Mhm.
I'm listening to you though.
Hey, but look, I got a sister that called me from New York. She got a black cat. He
Mm-hmm.
doing what yours doing. And then the Green Eight, one of my homeboys I did time with, we talk on a pretty regular basis. Every time me and him on the phone, his black cat come running in there.
Mm-hmm. I
They
got
know
two.
what's up.
This little guy, he's king, and I got Queen upstairs, the girl. Got the boy and girl. And this one, he's like my Secret Service agent. Wherever I go, he got to follow, make sure, do the security check. He don't miss a beat.
Hey, look, they think cats just be friendly to a stranger walk in that don't belong there, and the cat dive on his head. That's the hardest motherfucker to get off.
Yep. They warriors, man.
It's
They like
easier
little
to fight a
panthers.
dog. It's easier to fight a dog off than one of them cats get on top of your head.
That's a fact.
You trying to pull him off.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah, but that's
I
all in
appreciate
my culture.
it.
That's why
I
they
ain't
always
gonna
demonizing some shit.
say it again.
I said that's why they always demonizing them, talking about black cats bad luck. That's because the women used to use them black cats at nighttime. All of them. Matter of fact, I posted in my story about a week ago about a guy that trained Black Panthers to hunt slave masters.
Wow, that's crazy.
I was telling the story long before I caught the receipt. The receipt popped up. I shared it. Well, I was telling them like we used to be like the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan. If they got on the Black Wolves, they at war. They don't wear Black Wolf pelts unless they at war.
Mm-hmm.
And them, they like 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", 7 foot. They look like Shaq. All of them. They come right out of the Mississippi Delta looking like Shaq, but they got this, we wear wolves. They suck blood. They call us like kin because we look like kin, but we ain't. They look like us, but they ain't us.
Right.
There's no such thing as a stray cat. That's a misnomer. It's going to always be a misnomer. Cats are survivors. If you see a cat that don't have a person because they don't want a person in their life right now.
They there by choice for sure.
Yeah. When they decide they want a person, they're going to find the person they're looking for.
Even if you don't live with them.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a stray cat.
That's bar
Cats
none.
go where they want to go when they want to go. They
And
not stray. They know exactly where they're going. Stray means that you just wandering about. Cats are always know where they're going, even if you don't think they do. Just because you don't know what they're doing, that don't mean cats don't know what they're doing. The same with the dog. The dog know what he's doing. They'll run away from you if the energy ain't right. They out of here. Peace. But then some of them that supposed to stay with you during a certain frequency that you in, you can't run them off. Throw that motherfucker off in the woods, come back home, and 2 days later he be on your front porch.
that's for sure.
If them stray cats at your door, they ain't stray. First of all, they messengers, right? And ask them what the message is. Some kind of way you're gonna figure it out. It's gonna occur to you what the message is. Cats don't just come to your door for no reason.
He on the prowl, he hears somebody walking upstairs. He like, who is? Go get him then, man. Go get him. I
But
appreciate
I
the
say I got a cat every
listen.
day pissing in my yard. Yeah, I'm gonna let somebody else come up. I'm gonna take a
I
couple more before I go.
appreciate y'all, man. Love the family too.
All right, keep it up, man. Dark Angel '07.
What's up, Vic? How you doing, man?
Pretty
My
good. How
brother.
about yourself?
Good, man. Tomorrow's the born day, God. Tomorrow's the born day, man.
All right, happy solar return to you.
No doubt, brother. Yo, I got like a quick three I want to ask you, bro. First, I want to ask you, where you see everything going, and you see anything this week? I'm hearing a lot of critical things in the universe this week. What you think?
Man, look, uh, I I tell you when they flip codes that tell me stuff, I just put it out there.
Yeah,
Um, right now, the thing that I'm looking at is the weather forecast because that's not normal. They're talking about this coldest blast that we didn't seen in years supposed to be coming.
yeah,
That's
it's
kind of
cold.
weird. Something's breaking the atmosphere for that to happen
Mm,
because of the way that they showed the flow of the air.
mm.
You know,
It's
so I
cold.
don't
It's
know that I
cold,
don't know
bro.
if that's going to be a HARP situation, which HARP been closed down. Other countries still been using weather modification like they did over Jamaica. I
Yeah,
don't think that was America that did it, but I think it was somebody that had a financial interest in redeveloping Jamaica.
definitely.
And right, so the only people I know outside America that I know for sure have weather modification technology is the Chinese and the Russians. And Putin is trying to stay away from using weather modification, but China is more liberal and they will sell it to private contractors.
I think it's dumb. I think
You
it's
know,
dumb.
so
We're already up in Jamaica heavy anyway. You know that. They
yeah,
up there, you know. Another thing I want to ask you. So, bro, I want to once again. I always say I thank you for the knowledge, bro. Like you made me a bad man out here, brother. I've listened to you, made me a bad man, brother. I put a lot of people, you put a lot of pieces together in my own history for me to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And I thank you for that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I was out here, we out here in the world, and they be trying to they try to come for us. We have to be ready. We gotta. You don't know. You could be at a great disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? I
hmm
got do anything spiritual around me, anything you can see, or maybe you may feel, or I've been trying to put this thing together with my ancestors as far as with dealing with South Carolina, right? And I kind of how we talk about the group of individuals, they look like us, but they ain't us. I see this thing with it goes way back with my great grandfather where they were always moving. And he winds up getting the way he died. I know that he was unalived. You dig what I'm saying? And
hmm
I see with my grandmother. My grandmother went to she goes to New York. She meets my grandfather. She's unalive, giving birth to my father. This is the wild thing right here, Rod, is gonna blow your mind, right? So my grandfather, he's in New York. He's from Miami, South Georgia, and all that originally. He's in New York. He when my grandmother died, when my grandmother passes, giving birth to my father, right?
hmm
Before my grandfather winds up talking. My grandmother worked in the welfare office, and I can't make this up. In the I forget what they call that building. Anyway, in the Trade Center, no, not Trade Center, the other one.
Empire.
Anyway, Empire State Building, exactly. And he marries this other lady, is a lawyer in there. She first black woman to graduate from Brooklyn Law School, first person to pass the bar in Queens, New York, and all that. She's financed by J.D. Rockefeller,
Mhm.
Florence Lucas. They take my father, and I don't know. I guess she also has my grandfather, when he gets with her, they break up, and she winds up raising my father, adopts him, takes another girl that's a Jewish girl that was her friend. That woman died. It's all strange. You dig what I'm saying? And then boom, whatever this is with, I always was at odds with my father because he was raised by that people that love that state. You know what I'm talking about. That love that certain type of state. Those people that look like us, seeing us, the nobility people. You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
So I just been feeling the wrath of these people dealing with me. And I don't know. I don't know what the line is. I'm not sure what the connection. I know these ancestors that I'm talking about. They I know that they were American Indian. I know of the tribe and all that. I realized a lot of the teachers and stuff that was given to me coming up and all that. And I realized a lot of stuff they were teaching me, ancestry of, but I don't know where, I don't know what that is, man, what that is with these people and what the fascination they thing with
So
me is.
part of their MO.
Follow?
You
Huh?
you describe part of their MO, right? So
Yeah.
let me give it to you.
Well,
When they watching the solar clock, when they see a
mm-hmm,
cheat coming in, right? If he's powerful enough, they need to re-educate him outside of his own culture. That's
mm-hmm,
part of the George Washington challenge, to miseducate you and see if you can educate yourself above what they told you. Now, the ones that come over here can't have children of their own, so they adopt ours. They adopt ours for the purpose of being a surrogate parent to give us this European mindset,
mm-hmm,
right? When you describe the lady, that's classic of how they end up a lot of time with our children. And the children will grow up under somebody that's from a different bloodline altogether. It ain't got nothing to do with their bloodline. And they want you to behave a certain way, but you cannot conform to that bloodline because that's not who you are. So you end up becoming the problems child in that family
mm-hmm,
because you rebelling against the indoctrination they feeding you, but nobody know why you rebelling. You have subconscious remnants of your past lives where you remember that you ain't supposed to conform. So you become rebellious,
facts,
right?
facts.
And that's why they call us the most rebellious people on earth. Because when you try to force something on us, it'd be easier for you to just ask us to accept it than to force it on us. Because when you force it on us, we start to rebel in ways that they don't know how it's going to come out. That's why they remain perpetually in fear of us.
Mm-hmm,
Because they don't know how our rebellion is going to express itself in the community when we realize that subconsciously it's all going on. Consciously, you don't know shit from Shinola. But subconsciously, you got the memories from past lives and going through past struggles, so you become rebellious in this life. You
mm-hmm,
quick to you quick to want to fight, whoop a motherfucker upside the head,
mm-hmm. Too
right?
much. Yeah.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
because you trying to you rebelling,
Yeah.
right? And the natural thing when we rebel is we find other people that's giving up the same rebellious energy. They also rebelling. And this is how we regroup the tribes without trying to. And then the
Mm-hmm.
government is going to label them a hate group, a
Yeah.
criminal group.
Yeah.
Anytime that, remember, we outlaws. We outside the scope of their law, which
That's
makes their presence illegal to us, but our presence is also illegal to them. And now it depends on whose system are you going to rely on to determine the legality of your presence. So when they use the adoption system, it's a hands off. They ain't supposed to kill him, right? When I was born, they tried to kill my mama by giving her the wrong blood,
mm-hmm.
right? Because they don't want them to produce more than one of us. Because if two or three of us in the same family, we a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
And
they,
they take your and when I look back at my brother and all that, they died too young and all that, and the way they break us up and all that, you absolutely right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. Keep on building, bro. I'm sorry. I just had to interject for a second.
Well, no, you good, you good.
Yeah,
But once
that's a fact.
once we see it going on, we can recognize it. But most of us don't know what we be looking at until somebody comes. Man, that's tribal shit. That's what tribes do. We
Yeah.
naturally tribe up, but we supposed to have alliances across tribes. This is why the brothers of the struggle, Lord Stone's disciples, right? When you go look at the Pontiac Rebellion that bred the brothers of the struggle, you will see that it wasn't one tribe. It was the cross tribes that we all recognize this same struggle for our rights to assert our own um,
Right.
authority and jurisdiction over our lives. We have outsiders telling us that we need to live but conform to their rules. Now, my tribe, growth and development, our literature, our rules and regulations, and what we live by is not the same as the vice lords or the stones, right? When I go out west and associate with Crips, because that's my cousin tribe on the Blue House, right? But I gotta also show respect to the Red House, right? Because they wear their hat in the same direction as me, right? So when I go to California, I can't go in my tribal colors from the Midwest because I'm going to look like a goofy
Yeah, you gotta be neutral.
walking around in Crip colors wearing my hat like a blood.
Mm,
I look like a goofy to them.
yeah.
And that's gonna make me a sitting target. It's gonna draw all of the warriors' attention directly at me. And so what I need to do is several things tribes do. I call for a chief out there. Hey, I'm about to come visit. What's my dress code? I'm GD. They say, well, I'm in the blood neighborhood. You can wear your hat to the right, but you can't wear no blue shit, right? Or if one of the OGs that I call is a Crip, he'll say, yeah, you come out here, you can wear your blue shit, you in Crip hood, but you can't wear your hat to the right. You understand? Because
Yeah.
so whoever I'm communicating with, now let's say I'm communicating with somebody that's an old school Panther that's neither blood nor Crip, and I'm going to see them. They say you got to dress in neutral colors and you can't wear no hat. And now I say, okay, well, what's neutral colors? And it used to be black and white.
Oh,
The
great.
neutral colors told them that you wasn't part of the red, the white, the blue, and the blue and the red, the white, and blue got you killing. We all in the
Mm,
same game.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So understanding the difference in the cultures, like I can't go to New York and do Chicago shit. If I go to New York
Hey,
and do Chicago shit, everybody in
hey.
New York gonna be like, "Where this nigga come from?"
Nah, nah, I ain't going. You know what? I ain't gonna say that. It's different here. I listen to what you say all the time. You right when you say the tribes, like we still here, but
Mhm.
not as much. It's we so overrun with all these other people coming here, invaders and all that and
But the
everything
old,
else.
the old, the old school, the OGs, the ones that been in the street, gonna know. If I
Yeah,
go to New York, I don't care what borough I go to. If I go to New York and behave like I normally behave in Chicago, they gonna know I'm not from New York, no matter what borough I'm from.
but they're
They,
gonna accept you because they're gonna feel the vibe because it's a
right, but
that
that's
that
after that's
universal
getting to
vibe.
know me. That's another
Yeah,
element. I'm talking
yeah,
about on first sight when you see a stranger coming to the community.
yeah. I wish
We
they was that
recognize,
though here.
right?
I said I
We
wish they still
recognize them
was.
out today. Who is
When you was
this?
here in the '90s, it was different. But now, I wish it was like that now. But now, I mean, there's a few places like that. But as far as now, people as far as the understanding and getting back to our ancestry and who we are, bro, being organic to the land, brothers is getting on that. You know what I'm saying? It's coming. It's coming around. We owe you a lot of gratitude, brother. Always, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of gratitude, bro,
Yeah.
because
So
you can see it because everybody's coming back into their own and when I was just thinking about what you said, I'm still breaking down what you said to the young boy. You was telling him about about the 5 boroughs and how that Shinnecock and how they could never make it into one city, even if they wanted to or whatever. Like, I was like, damn, you got me. I had to go. I'm about to get to Google and something. See,
Yeah.
yo.
But look, if you look on the symbol for the boroughs,
Mm,
they got each one of them got a different seal,
mm,
and then the city has the seal, and it's history in those seals. If
mm,
you just study those seals, it'll open your eyes to a lot about the Empire State.
mm. Gosh. Yeah, man. Just, I'm just, yo, just waiting for the effect, man. I've been sitting there. I'm waiting for the effect. I listen to you. Oh, one other thing, man. You know, I be waiting. I want the system. You know, I want the system. You already know, bro. I want this shit over with.
Man, look, I'm so ready for this shit to be over. I just hope Donald John Quavius hurry up doing what he doing
You know
because
what
he
I'm
running out
saying?
of time.
There's one other thing, and I ain't want to hold you because I know a lot of people. When we went a little deep, I was going to ask you when. So I saw a young elder thing that he did about the vampire thing, and you know how you talk about like well, I think I got more of a better understanding of it with young elder put together a video. I don't know how y'all agree upon everything. Sometimes y'all have your little
Oh
disagreements.
yeah, me and other, but we it's supposed to be like that because
Yeah,
we ain't supposed to always agree with everything each other say
yeah,
anyway. Else we
yeah.
be clones.
That's what, yeah, no doubt. No, but I was just like when you talk about like in 1492 and when they came here, like I know how they were in the Bahamas, and we talking about these same people, these same swarthy, you know, people that came here imposing their will on us, that look like us, that ain't us, that was running from they was running from Europe because of the in Spain, you know I forget what
Inquisition, the Great
the
Inquisition.
Spanish Inquisition. They was trying to get out of there, and they came here. But they would when you say they were drinking blood, or they were drinking blood though.
Yes, this is a blood ritual is used for power purposes.
As far as
Blood
like with the
magic,
full body,
hold
huh?
on,
Like with
blood magic is some of the most potent magic known to man.
yeah,
And the system of magic is this is coded in the Talmud and the Mishnah, right? And you can use the Kabbalah to apply it, but it comes from Babylon.
I know.
And
Yeah,
right, so blood right, blood magic, money magic, sex magic is the tools that they use to dominate and rule the world.
mm.
They don't care about no elections. If they want to replace somebody, they could spill some blood somewhere.
That video that Elder has, they was like vampires. The way he was talking about it in a different kind
Well,
of way.
vampire is an exaggeration of what they really are.
Okay.
You got all of the Hollywood depictions are exaggerations of the real thing. Like the werewolves is called werewolves because we be wearing wolf pelts in
Yep.
war,
Yep.
right? The best similar explanation is that movie Twilight because it shows you that the vampires came from Transylvania, Europe,
Yeah.
and they ended up in the Big Easy, and they was down there fighting witches, conjure
Mm,
women,
mm,
witches, and
yeah.
then they end up going to Alaska, and then they was confronted by werewolves,
Mm, mm.
right? So if you go to Google, you could just type in Native American skin suits or
I
pelt
know.
dress.
Nah,
You,
man.
you
I've listened to you tell the stories before, bro, and I done looked into it myself. I mean, yeah, I know that's how we used to
yeah,
roll up on them, wear the buffalo, wear the skins, everything, roll up on
yeah.
them. Everything, bro. Like, listen, man. I don't know where you came from, And this, when you came from this world, you just came out of nowhere. Even when you talk about the coons and the eyes and how what that used to be, I got relatives from Alabama to down south to New York. So I'm like, yo, and I spent a lot of my time in the South. You know what I'm saying? With my relatives. So it's like crazy. Some of the stuff that you would say that I hadn't heard, that I heard my great grandmother and them say, like when you talked about cornbread and taking the the dandelion and making a jelly out of it. I was like, how do you know this stuff? I was like, yo, you got to be, you know what I'm saying? Like that's if I talk that around, they be like, what are you talking about? They don't, you know what I mean? You got to be. I was a little kid hearing about this stuff. I'm just like, damn, man, you know. So yo, man, nah, but I could dig it, man. I could dig it, man. I really appreciate you. I try to look out when I can, man. I ain't rich or nothing like that, but definitely I hope everybody else contribute to the brother, man. And we appreciate you. Also, a while ago, you know, a while ago, I don't know what's going on with. I hope everything is good with the with what's in it with Rare Bird and all that. I hope everything is. Yeah, I know when I came down there, bro. I came down there and I went to that thing I told you before when I went to Philly, and I went down there, and you a lot of stuff of what you say, like yo, you say, yeah, I'm gonna just be in the cave and I'm trying to wait for this to be over and don't mess around with a whole lot of stuff and a whole lot of people because I told you when I got out there, bro, and I came outside and people are talking to me. They talking real fast, and they trying to sell me on stuff. I'm like, well, yo, agents or something? What is this? I was like, it was so crazy what was going on out there, and that's why I was like, I know the heat, the amount of heat that I had on me for what I was dealing with. We never one of these days, maybe we ever meet in the physical where we talk about it. I know the amount of heat that I had. That I'm a hot nigga. They want me up out of here. You know, they want a lot of us up out of here. So I know she felt a lot of heat or whatever, and the people and all that. You know, I see a lot of people being around here. There's a person that's around here now, a pale face that I seen her there, I believe in Philly when I was there, approaching her. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of know where all these people are and what they there to do. So all you could do is you gotta love some people from afar, man. And just we know what it is, we know what they want to do, but we gotta stay vigilant and try to see this thing through. Let this thing be finished, finito, so we can get out. We want to get out of here. We sick of this,
Man,
you know.
but look, we do know that before they had a national celebration, right? That's gonna
Mm-hmm.
bring dignitaries from around the world. It begins on July the 4th. So whatever they gonna do, they got 7.5 months to get it done.
Before they're gonna try to wreck the joint before they leave.
They already trying. Yeah, the
Yeah.
White House caught on fire. St. Louis caught on fire. Couple of times. Couple more places they didn't blew stuff up. Then they using sleeper cell assassins. They waking them up,
Yeah.
right? Trying to make the people panic. The problem is we ain't panicking at that bullshit no more.
Yeah.
See, we used to with panic, be out in the street with kicking signs and kicking them, throwing
Yeah.
rocks and shit. But we
Yeah.
starting to see through the shenanigans. When we
It's over.
participate in that, we get power and credence to the structure. When we just disregard that bullshit,
Yeah.
it ain't got nothing to do with us. Y'all going on there and hang on. That's white on white crime. And we look at it.
The king who is over, brother. It's over. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
We done with all that. We ain't going for that no more. How you say we not falling for the banana in the tailpipe no
I'm
more?
done with that
It's a
shit.
wrap.
Look,
It's a
Kingu
wrap.
broke.
It's
The
over.
Amen spell is broke. Anybody
Yep.
still saying Amen is still under the spell and don't know it yet, but it's a sleep spell. And
Yep.
George Washington, Boston Massacre, Crispus Attucks spell is broke.
Yeah.
We know who we is. We know what side of the water we came from. And we know whether we wore feathers or fezzes.
It was so
So
deep the other day, bro. You said, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry. You
yeah,
said something the other day though. You told a brother, you said, that's why I always gotta look and see if there's original brother that's gonna be native to the land. If he get killed first, if he the first sacrifice before it gets set when they set it off, like Christopher Addicts. That's
yeah.
what you when you talking to
So
Rich
that's
the other day.
called first blood of the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, so
Me
true.
and B Dale got one on Blood Magic. It's on B Dale channel
Mm-hmm.
where we actually showing what the text is saying about the operation of the blood magic. They just didn't tell us where it was at. When I showed them the description, then we go back and realize that the first righteous blood is Crispus Attucus. So they had to keep teaching it in history books. He's the first African American to die in the Civil War.
And then at the bottom, they always say he was part Indian too, you know.
Yeah, they always put that in the fine print.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Facts.
You know, so then you got to just find out. Okay, it got to be on display. The contract has to be on public display somewhere. Now I just got to locate it. So when I go to the Library of Congress, the Constitution there is in ink, not it. And I go to it's another building got a copy of the Constitution. I think it's the Senate building, right?
Are
And
you in? Are you
it's in
trying to
ink.
do? Okay.
But there's another Constitution on display. It's in the George Washington Masonic Memorial. Why is it in the Masonic Memorial? Let me
Mm.
go look at this
Just watch
and
it.
see what this
Yeah.
motherfucker is written in blood. Lo and fucking behold. And that's the capstone, right? That's the capstone becomes the keystone when the building is complete,
Mm.
right?
Right.
It moves from the corner to over the arc. And it looked like that the arc, the light is shining down on you from the arc. The arc represent the heavens and the boundary between the infinite mother or the great chaos goddess and man, and where that capstone over
That
the
womb, right? That's what you're talking
the
about, right?
right, that's the birth
You know,
canal.
you know, I don't know, you know, what it was like, when I was in it, when I lived in Atlanta, right? I lived in Atlanta, so I got raised, but I never, my job moved me, and then I ain't go back or whatever, nothing like that. So I'm listening to you. Hey, I told his brother, he's a Yasamir brother. He's a chief, but I mean, he's all into the law, which he's a good brother, but he's all into the law, and he has his. I was telling him, I said, you need to speak to brother Rod Hayes, man. It would be great for you. Like he has a lot of great insight into into what into what we be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like he has like even more defined information that he has from his tribe. And then one day I dropped a jewel. I dropped a jewel I actually got from you that I had to ask somebody else if it was true. I said, yo, if you got the birth and you got the right, you from the land, you could speak on the truth, right? With the, I say, you know, I say you be a man, I say you be a bro, and you can speak on that truth with these people. You know, there's nothing wrong with it, right? And he's like, but you know, he don't want to build like that. You know what I'm
You know, a
saying?
lot of the guys, especially when you go through the legal channel, when you see what they see
Mm-hmm.
and you know how the legal system operate,
Mm-hmm.
you try to remain as clandestine as possible. And you try to find a couple of key individuals to give information to that's dealing with the public because you don't want it to come back to you because you marked for death.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple as that. A lot of us don't want to die. Me, I done
When
did that already. Been there, done that.
you say I don't know what you mean with just I don't know, bro. Like how could I put it? Like with these people, man. Like they'll deny they'll that don't that being a I was nice to glorious I was nice to glory 001 Scottish right. That don't mean nothing, man. That don't mean they will deny even bros will not even my bro like black people, but the pale faces in them they deny they know you is in lie. They don't care. They don't care about none of that.
Depending on what
This
lie. Okay, so when you using Rosicrucian, masonry, or anything of that to
mm,
circumvent a system, right? It's a certain
mm,
protocol you have to follow.
mm,
And most of the people, 98% of them, do not have the proper protocol. And they're treading in the territory that they don't have full disclosure about. Because if they had full disclosure, whatever they're doing to get out of the situation, they wouldn't be doing it in the court,
mm,
right? So they already know that this person got enough knowledge to be dangerous. So they're going to crash on you twice as hard. This is why a lot of the people from what we call the sovereign citizen movement is in federal penitentiary right now for fraud and for they called it one of them is fraud and the other one is conspiracy to circumvent the judicial system or some shit like that. I forgot what it's called, but that's basically what they're saying. You using the law to try to make you exempt from the law. But if the law say I'm exempt, go enforce that shit. They
mm,
don't want to enforce it. So what we're
mm.
gonna do is we're gonna show you where the fraud at. We're gonna agree to the fraud, and now you're a party to the fraud because you participated,
They lock them up.
and they locked them up. It don't mean they was wrong. Just because
Mm,
you're right, don't mean the system is gonna accept you. It's gonna accept your argument.
yeah.
When I used to read in the Supreme Court reporters, right, or in some of the other courts, when they have a person come to them that's absolutely right, that should be released, it was unconstitutional, and then they get to the end of this agreeing with this person through the whole review of the case, but decline to give relief. What the fuck is that? They
Bullshit.
saying you right in all of your arguments, and the court at this time declined to give the defendant relief. And then a lot of time they'll quote some bullshit and say that the case was moot, meaning that it was irrelevant. His arguments was true, but they was irrelevant to what the qualification to file in this court is.
Mm,
They give so many reasons, especially dudes fighting life. They don't want to let them go because
mm,
they got a lifetime pay cow. They putting babies 14, 15 years old in prison for life, right? I was locked up with a few of them.
yeah.
They've been locked up 25, 30 years since they was 15, 16 years old, tried as an adult, which is unconstitutional.
Mm,
But when they fight it, they all run into the same roadblock. Don't no judge want to be the first judge to set the precedent,
mm,
right? So he won't rule on it. He pass it on to the next one. And only when you have what's called compelling public outcry, you've
mm,
offended the community now with your judicial system. Compelling public outcry will make a judge step up and say, we just gonna do what's right. That's what they always say when they decide to go against the machine,
mm,
because they told they can go against the machine because somebody got to quiet these people down in this public uproar about this situation.
Give us a little something to make us go away, hopefully.
Right. Pacify them motherfuckers. Franz Fanon wrote, the
Yeah,
system
yeah.
and all its rewards and whatever benefits it might give you to maintain its control will also kill you.
Mm.
Right.
That,
So
that's
when you understand that, just because you right don't mean that the law is on your side. If you're not part of the right club, they absolutely against you out the gate, from the judge to the bailiff to all of the spectators, because it tell you right on your paperwork, all of the people from this state versus you by yourself. Why do they do that? Because if they could put all of the people versus you, first of all, that's circumvent that you have an accuser, right? The state is not supposed to be your accuser. So they don't say it's the state. They say it's the collective people of the state that's against you. That's not possible because 99% of these motherfuckers never heard of me before. So how is all of the people in the state against me? And can we call them all to testify? If they all against me, then all all of the state people of the state to come in here and tell me why they against me. Because I'm supposed to have a right to confront my accuser, and my paperwork says all of the people from this state. Some people might agree with me. If I could get 51%, that's controlling interest. That means I'm more right than you is. You only got 49% of all of the people in the state of Michigan. So that means that you in effect did tell a bald-faced lie all of the people of the state of Michigan that had nothing to do with it. It was you and your system, a fraud. And once you identify the fraud, you become the problem.
in any kind of way, huh? Any kind of way.
Because it's a war machine.
Yeah.
And you got to read the first bar charter to understand how it worked. It was designed to take everything from the people of the land, according to the first charter, King George, Savannah, Georgia, 1863, 64, right? So if they using the judicial system to take everything from you, they also using it to reinstitute slavery. Where you get that from, Rod? 14th Amendment. No person shall be forced into involuntary servitude of slavery unless duly convicted of a felony. This is why felon got a bad rap. Just because you committed a felony don't mean you're a criminal. It means you committed a crime. Criminals are incorrigible. No matter how many times you let them out, they coming right back. But somebody that committed a crime is not a criminal, but he a felon. It's trickery in the highest degree.
We've been falling for it for a while. We've been falling for a while, bro. But I see something in our people now that I haven't seen before. I see them proud of. I see that, it's amazing right now. I see the kids is you go on TikTok, you see what's going on. They're pulling up all kinds of information and all that. Like how you say, the monkey effect and all that. Like, we got to be
Oh,
past
the
all that
baby's
now.
got it now. The baby's got it
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
All I had to do was correct the generation's errors from before me.
Mm.
Now the next generation gonna correct my errors
I
because I'm
think I
not
was out there.
infallible.
I think I was out. I wasn't out there as long as you, but I've been saying that all along. Then I had the experiences. I think had the experiences in the last maybe 10, maybe 8 years or whatever, where it just, bro. I was in Canada and I was visiting Canada and I saw this thing and they had a TP and they had all these people. They looked like they were Puerto Ricans or something, right?
Mhm.
And they were all these beautiful girls that had killed themselves because they can't have any kind of life. Because up there in Canada, they don't play, ain't no mixing and all that. If you ain't pale faced, they're not marrying you. There's no life. There's nothing. The Plains people, the people we call American, called Native Americans, they're up there heavy. I have my son with me. I go into the TP and I'm looking around and all that, and I'm looking, and I'm like, I know this rich history that I've always heard about my great great grandmother and all that, and her leaving a reservation, and all this, and I'm looking around, I'm like, it just don't feel right. I'm like, this ain't us. I was like, I'm looking around. I'm like, this just don't, something ain't with this. Like, they couldn't have been no TP. Like, the whole thing just did. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had went out there, we looked at some of the reservations where the people lived. I was like, nah, it didn't feel right. It's just like, it's like I knew spiritually or something or whatever. If it had been another life or something, whatever. I was like, we ain't live like this. This is simplified, right?
But a lot of
This
that
is not
stuff up
how.
there, a lot of that stuff up there gonna change too because
Mhm.
Canada and the United States got the same Q signal. We got the same oppressor. We got the same central
Yeah.
structure. It's just
Mhm.
bifurcated. So I mean, it's
Mhm.
broken into two parts,
Even
right?
worse up there. It's worse up there.
Well,
Like I don't.
it depends on where you go in Canada because um, right across the bridge in Detroit, it ain't them people over there are some really good-hearted people, and they don't care what your skin color look like.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna say all of them, but I was probably dealing with I was dealing with a situation myself, bro, where I don't know what made me think to. I thought I was trying to get away from a problem that I was having that I didn't understand what it was. That I was trying to. I was I was being targeted. When you being targeted, you know what I'm saying? I always had these sentiments, I always had these feelings of, you know, I was the type of person like if you have a property or something like that, and maybe you're going into foreclosure, you had a whole bunch of properties and stuff like that. I'm that guy that would came and try to help you save your properties, your business, help you monetize it or whatever. And I would be going against the establishment. And I'm not thinking in my mind there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, yo, it's my people. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm not understanding when you're actually they don't like you challenging them, and you're challenging the establishment, and you're doing business and revitalizing something and help. They don't coming together with
Yeah,
people. They
they
like,
don't
well,
mind you
hell
challenging the
no.
establishment as long as you're
Yeah,
not doing business challenging the establishment.
I was. We was doing
Hey,
regular.
I'm gonna take a couple more people, then I'm gonna wrap it up.
No doubt, brother. Listen, I appreciate your time, man. I appreciate you and the good work, brother. You know what I'm saying? Keep it up, brother. We definitely appreciate you, man. I love you, brother.
All right, for sure, for sure. Thanks for coming up, bro.
All right, peace.
So, why was it so vital for Trump to be a felon in the courts, though he got dropped? All his charges got dropped. So, I'm gonna walk you through a couple of entertainment codes that told us what Trump was gonna be representing. Okay, first, Trump had to be trained to be an asshole. So he went to Vince McMahon to be trained to be an asshole. And in wrestling, it's called learning to be a heel, right? Now, while he's doing that, there's a movie come out. It's called Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck is about a duck or a guy in a duck costume, however you want to look at it, that some kind of way ended up in Washington, D.C. and was fucking shit up in D.C. Okay, now, Howard the Duck is Donald the Duck, right? Okay, now he go from being trained as a heel in wrestling. He need to be tested to determine if he can be a good asshole. So he's got to do an apprenticeship. So everybody think that the apprentice was the people coming to Donald Trump, but really the apprentice was Donald Trump showing that he's a good asshole and got no problem firing people as he liquidate corporations that's useless, right? Now, while he's doing The Apprentice, one of these premium channels put out a show called Orange is the New Black. So Howard the Duck becomes the Orange Man, right? The Orange Man becomes the new Black Man because they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians, but he never say what the Indians look like. But all through the 80s and 90s, he was always up under some hip hop artists, pop star artists that look like us. Now, when he catches his cases, right? He get to experience the injustice of the faulty court system firsthand on how they use it as a tool to punish, degrade, and humiliate people in the public. Right now, most of the people that knew that he had initially been convicted are totally unaware that all of that shit was thrown out of court for being bullshit. They don't know that part. Now he's walking around as Orange is the New Black, a new felon. Felony is the classification that determines the servitude of the new slave. The jumpsuit, the orange penitentiary jumpsuit, is represented by the orange hue of Donald the Duck's skin tone. So he becomes the new Black man, right? And so now he's playing the role of a buck dancing cracker in order to tear down everything that the Black hand built up to control us. He's in liquidating the fallen and faulty defunct corporation, right? So whether he was truly a felon, maybe the felony he committed was sending the plane to bring Mandela to America after he got released from prison, when nobody else would do it, and nobody in our community had the money. The only other person that would have probably done it in our community that had that kind of money would have been Bill Cosby, who y'all now hate because you got a bunch of chicks sitting on the panel reading off a script, and they twisting the story like the 70s wasn't about free sex, quaaludes, and late night parties all year long for the jet set life. We forget about that. We forget about Scarface telling the chick in there that her womb is so polluted with quaalude that she can't even give me a fucking child, right? We be forgetting that that was the drug of choice for that socialite class in the 70s. Ironically, all of the complaints is coming from the 70s, 40 years later. Now, most of y'all don't know why they went at Cosby. But if you go back, he did an interview on Oprah Winfrey wearing shades. And he was doubling down on something he said when he said Black people not doing their part, they not properly educating their children. He was talking about the George Washington Challenge then, right? Y'all wasn't giving them a tribal education, and he single-handedly sent more of us to university than anybody else on the land. But we forgot about that. We forgot about this. This is the same kind of stuff I'm talking about with Professor Small. We forget all of the good work a person do because they make a mistake, right? Or somebody accused them of something. We just forget like they didn't never do no good work. Like fuck them, right? Cosby financed black businesses that y'all don't even know about. He helped other people that came in to the arena become wealthy, and they didn't even have to work for him, just off the advice he gave and the connections that he passed on, right? And we want to throw Cosby away, and he did more than 99% of the people on this internet talking, and the people at home sitting on their ass in the gossip circle. We love tearing people down, but we don't like to prop nobody up when they doing what's right. And that make it harder for the next generation to be willing to do what's right, because we don't respect the ones that's been trained. Even if they was in error, right? They don't have to be perfect. Y'all don't know where y'all get this shit that a motherfucker got to be perfect. Yes, Bill Cosby is one of the old chiefs. And most of that, you know, by what he did for his community works. Fuck his comedy, fuck his acting. His community work, it shows who he was. His dedication to getting us to educate ourselves above the condition show us who he was. But because we love gossip so much, and we love to drag people through the mud when they fall down instead of helping them back up, right? And you just fuck Cosby now. All the shit he did for his people, just fuck him. Because the system said he did something wrong 50 years ago. But we just gonna throw him away today. Now, all the time they saying that stuff was going on, he was doing business, getting us into business arrangements. He was helping us to finance our own movies, even if they called them blaxploitation films. So what? They was ours. It's the education alone is so significant, and we just throw them away, right? Now, on the other hand, they let Jeffrey Epstein fake his death to get out of jail before he ever can go to trial. Make it make sense. And we don't care about that. We don't care about that because he don't look like us. And we all know that the real enemy look like us, but they ain't us. So when we see the other people that don't look like us do something, we don't really care. They not really a threat to us. They only a threat to themselves more than anything else. Right? When you go back and look at them KKK pictures from the 1800s, make sure you look at their hands. The early 1900s, make sure you look at the hands. Because you can't cover up them motherfucking black ass hands, them motherfucking monkey paws, what they call them Brazil nuts, nigger knuckles. You can't cover that shit up. Dusty ass knuckles. That shit show right from hanging from under that white robe. And 9 out of 10, he the one leading the charge. Y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe one time too many. I'm not falling for it. You don't gotta agree with me or like me or none of that. I didn't ask for none of that. I'm just trying to give y'all free game. But that's why Trump had to be the felon. I'm gonna take 2 more people. Frequency 369. I think that's what that was. Yeah, that you know. Um,
I accepted it.
yo.
Yo,
I
can you
can't
hear me?
see you. You in the dark?
Yeah, I'm in the dark. I'm about to go up. I'm about to turn the light on.
Peace, youngster.
Peace, peace, peace.
What's on your mind today? What you want to chief with the chief about?
I just wanted to know, like, if you could, like, read what my ancestors trying to get through to me, because I know they trying to get through to me. I be hearing like shit in my ear, but I can't really like get it all the way through. Shit.
Okay, now I'm gonna give you an exercise. And you sit in the quiet room, turn the lights off like you just had them,
Hmm.
and try to feel yourself in the darkness, but not inside your body. Right? Just keep going through that exercise for a couple of weeks, and you're gonna realize that when in your mind you telling yourself you are the center of the universe. Where am I at? And then just try to feel yourself, but from outside your body. Instead of trying to feel from inside what my arms feel like, what my legs feel like, what do my infinite self outside my body feel like? So this is just to build up a psychic connection to your spiritual self. It's just a practice exercise. Now, when you hear voices in that state, identify the voice or tell it can't come. If it acts like, who are you? What do you want? Right? It's part of the psychic self-defense, this part. Who are you and what do you want? And if they don't want to identify yourself, if you don't want to identify yourself, you can't stay. Rule
Yeah,
of the
but
universe, they
it's
can't
like
stay.
some it's like some it's not really voices all the time. It's like sometimes it's like cracking. It's like
I
cracking in
know
my
what you're
ear,
talking about. I know what you're talking
but
about.
it's like I can't
So
get
I'm gonna explain
nothing.
to you exactly why. Is right here on your head, on your right side. This is called anterior gyrus. Right under the anterior gyrus is your pineal gland. Now, your consciousness comes in at the base of your spine in the black dot area that medicine called the nerve ganglia or reticular formation. When the consciousness comes through here, the communication comes through the anterior gyrus and it affects your auditory, which hears sound, sensations. This is why it sounds like it's crackling. Now, when the information comes in, the pineal gland sits in the brain on what's called the Queen's chamber. The pituitary on this side sits downstairs to the left. That's called the King's chamber, based on the layout in the pyramid. Right now, the exercise I'm giving you is opening this channel in the anterior gyrus with the silence and the focus in the darkness,
So
which
just give me
allows the pineal gland, once it turns all the way on, you're going to see flashes of light.
I've been seeing little flashes of light. I've
Right.
been seeing that a little
Because
bit.
it's sparking first. Now, the wider it get, the longer the flash will last until it goes to a like looking in that light bulb over your head. It'll eventually get to that point. That means your pineal gland is all the way in the on position. Now, when your consciousness come in through your anterior gyrus, it reflects off the mirror cells in the prefrontal lobe. When it does that, it absorbs the information onto the mirror, upside down and backwards. You have to learn how to flip the information around to see the real message because they use the same method to confuse us with signs and symbols. You get it? So, it's some more exercises that I could give you for different stuff, but that's a starter kit.
Is there anything like you could see like that they like a message or anything?
It's
Or
a more of a internal communication. So what I want you to do is go on YouTube and get a video. Look up art and science and self talk. Right, self talk video is going to come up teaching you how to use self talk to effectively communicate with yourself. What they really telling you is how your regular self can communicate with your higher self because self talk is the medium. And the other thing that I want you to look up on YouTube is how to breathe like a sink. It's called diaphragm breathing, but it opens up the lower two quadrants of the lungs to a greater capacity, which allows you to take in more oxygen to accelerate your brain function.
How to breathe like what?
A singer.
A singer. All right, but
And that'll help you get where you're trying to go. But remember, that's a starter kit. But once you get started, the universe is just going to start sending stuff your way for you to study next. Then once you master one thing, another thing is going to come for you to train on. And you are writing your curriculum in real time. So as it comes, what you accept is the new part of the curriculum. What you reject can either be put off to later until you master the parts you want to work on, or it can totally be rejected. It's up to you. It's your life. You got to live it. And you have to design it in your mind before you can see it in your world. And tapping into your higher consciousness teaches you how to accelerate the process.
another thing, this coil, this riding coil, this copper shit. I've been
Yep.
wearing this shit. I know this shit. This shit been making my aura like huge. I feel like this shit is like extra. Like, can you like? Is this like a read? Can you get like a read from it or something? Or
It's an antenna.
is it
So
something I
what
should be wearing all the time, or is it like something I should just like wear for like energy work and shit?
the only person can answer that is you. That's a this is my decision to do it this way type situation. It's only going to respond to you. It's going to communicate with you. And it's going to help you make the decision of only using it for ritual or use it on a daily basis. But you got to remember, in your mind, when you sit in your God seat, you God. And now you want to create the world around you. So you got to use the God seat in order to start to create the world around you. If you want to be a God and do God shit, you got to think like a God.
All right. Let me think. Oh, I had another question. Oh yeah, my hair. I threw my hair in the garbage, and there was I don't know. Someone was telling me I shouldn't have did that shit, and then I went and got it, and I started to burn the shit. Was that the right move or to burn it? Because
Okay, go over what you just told me again. You threw your hair in the garbage, and then what happened?
some I don't know. I think I seen something on social media that popped up. I don't know what it was, but someone told me get that shit out the garbage type shit.
Okay,
Oh, I
you hear
had a
that?
bad. I
Hold
went
on,
to
hold
see.
on, hold on. One
I
more
had a
time.
fever.
One more time. Something told you what?
Take it out the garbage.
Okay, now what was that something you think that told you that?
Probably my highest. I don't know. Some.
Now, okay, now you identifying where you weak at. You don't believe you who you are. You don't
I
trust
think
yourself yet.
no, because I think it was in there. Was it in there a whole day
Hold
or
on,
not?
this is
What?
what I'm telling you. This is important. You are not believing you yet. You told you. Go get that shit out the garbage. That was you. Okay, now when you accept the fact that that was you know already what's best for you. You looked out for your greatest interest. When you went and got it out the garbage, you automatically knew how to properly dispose of your hair. Because what you tell me you did.
Some told me to burn it, but I looked. I was
Hold on, stop. What told you to burn it?
me.
Yes. That's because this is your genetic memory talking to you. And you had to put your hair in the garbage to let you hear yourself talk to you from higher self to regular self. I'm just pointing out what you already doing and telling you how to tune into the channel stronger. That's it.
Yeah,
You
but
already doing it, God. Believe in you. Believe in you.
yeah, but the shit is not. It's like still not. It's not still not finished burning. That shit
You
been burning all
practicing.
day.
Yeah. You
Like,
practicing though. If it take you a week to burn it, it don't matter. As long as you follow what you believed about you. It might be a reason to burn slow. You might be releasing some ancestral energies that you need to release at this time, and the hot fire might burn too fast. It might be a slow burn situation. Believe in you. If I was around you every day, I'll wake you up telling me, hey, wake up. What? Believe in you. Until you just be like, damn, I must be a cold piece of work. And this motherfucker wake me up out of my sleep to tell me to believe in me. You got it, man. It's in you. It's not on you. You can't wash it off. Believe in you. You already telling yourself what to do. Get to know you. You 100% got it already. Believe what you capable of doing, and you're going to surprise yourself with your capabilities. There ain't nothing you can't do. You just haven't set your mind to do what you want to do yet. Because you probably haven't made up your mind what you want to do. Because you still getting familiar with who you are. But in this life, you get to write who you want to become in the future. And you're the only one that get to write who you become. And it manifests through the decisions you start making. Self-talk, breathe like a singer, sit on your God seat, and become the God you're supposed to be. I can't tell you nothing better than that. You already there. Believe in you.
hold on. I put another question in my notes that I couldn't remember.
Come on with it.
Like when you, cause when I've been looking up the breathwork shit, it's like I don't know. I don't feel like it's giving me the right answers. But like, you know what N and Ren is in like Hunter x Hunter? You know what that? You know what Hunter x Hunter is? The anime?
I haven't seen it.
It's like when you're extra breathing out. Like it's
Okay,
not
so
like
the anime that I watch the most is Bleach, and I watch Full Metal Alchemist. I watched that whole thing a couple times. Um, and Baki the Grappler, my favorite.
Hunter x Hunter. It's like that's
My nephew freezing up. Get a sister in here. Ebony Lynn Miller. Coming in, sweetie. Brown eyed goddess. Okay. Try, try somebody else then. Jessica A. Spencer. Where you at, Jessica? I'm just not seeing what y'all was saying about the young brother. Okay, I'm gonna try to let one more person up, and then if they don't come up, I'm gonna wrap it up. Various Adams. I'm gonna check out Hunter X Hunter. They might not let nobody come back up because the last couple people I tried to let up. Okay, I'm gonna try one more. God Frequency 316. It might have been a young brother I had up here that froze.
Yeah, it's me again. My shit died.
Oh, I knew something happened.
Yeah. The I I don't know. It's type hard to explain how the the shit, but it's like breath work and aura. It's like aura control with the breath work and shit.
Yeah.
And it's like when N in Hunter X Hunter, it's like they're able to sense like their environment from farther and from way far out and shit, and like do certain things. And then Ren is like I forgot what Ren is. It's like, but I know it's when like you're breathing in more than you're breathing out type shit.
hmm So
It's like
it's a book called The Science of Breath, and it explains to you what each different styles of breathing um, do and how they work, and actually how to perform conscious breathing exercises. It's called The Science of Breath. I think it's by Sri Ramathario, if I'm not mistaken. But it, but the book is called Science of Breath. It was written in the 1920s, but it's a really good one.
who's it by?
I think his name is Sri Ramathario, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me write that shit down because I need to get that shit. Let me get a pen. Is it some? It's not. It's not something that's hard to find, right?
No, it's not hard to find.
By who? Wait, what's it called? The
Hold on one
Science of
second.
Breath.
Yep. Hold on, I'm looking it up so I can tell you. Oh no, it's by William Walker. No, that's not it. Oh, by Yogi Ramachakra.
Uh, it's nothing that I got. Like I gotta make sure I'm spelling right. Right, I can find it easily.
Yeah. Ramachaka. Yogi Ramachakra. Science
Uh,
of Breath.
I think that's about it.
Get
I got
a get a Psychic Self Defense by Deanne Fortune.
Psychic Self Defense by Dion. All right.
Remember YouTube video, Art and Science of Self-Talk, and How to Breathe Like a Singer.
Yeah, I wrote that down already. Yeah, but you got to tap in with Hunter X Hunter though, because that shit, it tells you like so much shit with the breath work that's possible. It's like crazy.
Yeah, somebody else put in the comment that I need to check it out. So I'm gonna look at it because the reason I like the bleach is got so much cold stuff my mama used to tell me, and she used to always bleach our clothes. So we used to hate for her to wash our clothes. You have bleach stains in your jeans, your brand new polo shirt. So that's what got me hooked on bleach. And I got like Baki because I like the fight aspect of it, or anything with fighting in it. I love that shit. Karate movies, boxing movies, wrestling movies. I love all that. That's like my thing. Like anything combat.
Yeah, I don't even really be watching movies and shit.
I don't know more. I used to when I was younger. Now I watch something because somebody might refer it to me for a receipt or because it got certain codes in it. All right, I'm gonna try to let one more person up before I go, man. I appreciate you coming up. I hope I was helpful for you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
So, man. Okay, Jessica, I'm trying to let you back up. I really didn't have no sisters on here today, so I wanted to get at least one before I go. Let the West grace the stage one time.
Hello?
Yo, what it do? What it do?
Sometimes me, always you. Dang, I thought you was letting the sister on. I know y'all can see me. I'm
I
sitting
was.
here.
She
I'm
ain't
here.
she ain't answer. You buffering right now on my side.
Oh, damn. All right, let me get back to the point. I'm sitting here eating corn. Why did you let the corn roll? All right,
Oh,
two quick questions. Well, one little statement I just read, and one quick question. Because, damn, what's going on?
well, I'm waiting on you. You just buffering.
Invitation expired.
That shouldn't matter. You still on the screen. You should. I can hear you. I can't see you though.
Kick me out.
All right, I'm gonna try to let somebody else up. Okay, Jessica, I'm gonna try you again. I might have to do it different. See see if they let you on, Jessica. I got an idea. I think I know what's wrong. Try something different. I'm gonna go through. All right, Jessica, see what happened now. Chief Shark 936. See what happened.
What's up with the chief?
What's going on, my brother? What's going on?
Man, I can't call it, man. Chilling out. I seen you on live. I said, man, I had to go tap in with the chief real quick, man. You know, I've been trying to get up with you for a little while. You hear me? What's up with you, bro?
Oh man, I'm just laid back, taking it easy. What can I help you with?
Nah, I just wanted to tap in. Y'all been tearing their motherfucking head off, man, on young elders page.
Oh
I
man.
said, man, they in trouble. You hear me? These boys like motherfucking AI for real, tearing their ass up. What's
Yeah,
going on with you though? How you been doing?
man, I'm doing pretty smooth. I don't got no complaints about nothing except I ain't got no complaints about nothing.
But hey man, you be coming crazy, man. Yeah, though, shit though. I just wanted to know for real, man, like when you was going through your awakening, cause I watched some of your old videos. It like you was going through a lot, you know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I was catching hell.
Yeah, man, but you a warrior, bruh. That's how I look at myself too. You know, I feel like my story ain't even been repeated, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. But like, I just want to know, like, what's some of the practices you started using though, like to elevate yourself that way? Was it
Man,
meditating? Like
a
what
lot
was
of
you
the stuff,
doing? To, like,
a lot of the stuff I was already doing as a little
yeah,
boy. I just had stopped doing it.
yeah,
It was just naturally came to me,
okay,
right? But when people was using my gifts to exploit me, they
yeah,
became non-functional until I was able to be able to use my gifts to do what I do.
okay. What? So when you mean like using your gifts, you saying from like a soul level or like
Yeah, like
from
I
your
used
highest
to
self?
have visions and stuff before it happened.
Yeah,
I used to be able to tell you what the number was going to be, whether you was using the horse races or the lottery. It didn't matter. If I told you it was going to be the number, it was going to be the number. But people
okay,
was making promises they didn't keep
yeah,
and getting me to tell them stuff. And when I tell them stuff, they never came through on their promises, which
hmm,
made my gift go dormant. So now I couldn't tell you the a 3-digit lottery number to save your life.
damn. And
But I
this
used to
like
do it
family
like on the
members and shit,
almost,
right?
huh?
This like family members and shit you talking about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
family members,
man.
family friends. They tell me if I hit the number, I'm gonna do this for you.
Yeah. Oh,
Then
you
they
was
come
like
back talking
preparing
about
for
I ain't
Big
play
Mama
that.
them up.
They come back talking about I ain't play that number, knowing they knocked the aluminum siding out of it.
They done use your motherfucking gift to go get some money out you. Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, though, man. Like, I was asking that because I was like, you know, since I've been on this journey, bruh, it's like I be finding out more and more and more, right? I can't, hold on. What'd you say, Auntie? My bad. Yeah, like I've been finding out more and more and more, right? I can't say nothing 110% for sure, Chief. You hear me? But it's
Mm.
like what be coming through my intuition, my prophecies, you know, my visions. It's like I feel like I got like a damn near like a whole family full of motherfuckers who like karmic debts or some shit, man. Like a bunch of
Sometimes that be the,
backstabbing motherfuckers, bro.
yeah. Sometimes that be the case,
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
but that
Because
be
like,
because you sent to break generational curses that's affecting them.
yeah, okay.
When you give when they don't get a life a purpose and they waste their
Hmm.
life,
Yeah,
you find purpose in it. You
got
find a
you.
lesson to teach from it.
Yeah,
And that in
that's
and of itself breaks a generational curse all by itself.
yeah, that's 1,000 right there. I ain't gonna lie. That's low key what I've been trying to do with them, bro. But I be trying to. I feel like I ain't gonna say like I'm the purest nigga. You know, I grew up in the streets and shit. But like out of everything I did though, my heart be pure, and so it'd be like, okay, how I forgive them for that, move on, still be able to help them and serve my purpose, but then elevate myself though. You know how a motherfucker be so wounded from this shit when you find out on a spiritual level, like they all, I ain't gonna say they was enemies. I feel like that's just probably the energy they was in, you know, at that
So
time that
look,
I had to go through.
look at
But
it like
it's,
this. You
yeah,
got your left bump family members and your right bump family members. Your left bump
I
is
need to write
there.
that down. See, I ain't heard that one. Hold on. That's
Your
some
left
ancestry.
your left bump family member job is to
Write
put
that
pressure
down.
on you to force you to grow.
Okay.
When you grow in the right direction, your
Yeah.
right bump family members is they supposed to facilitate further growth
Yeah.
by giving you whatever it is you need to continue in the process.
Okay.
So when you're looking at it, it look like you got half of your family that hate you and half
Yeah.
of your family that love you. But the one that's being tested to become the next family leader got to be tested from all sides of the family, left and right.
Okay.
Right. So
How you decipher that though? Like who your left bump and who your right bump? Is it just like the
you
right
got
bump is they helping you do better, or is it
look,
like
if the left bump, you know a person love you, right?
yeah,
And you know that if you call them in the crisis, they're gonna show up, but they treat you like shit when there ain't nothing going on.
okay,
They trying to
that's
force you to grow in a particular direction,
yeah,
right? So they applying pressure on you to force you to grow. A lot of
and you
fathers are trying to suffocate their son to make him
okay,
break free,
okay,
right? It don't mean he don't love his son. It mean that he's willing to risk their relationship to force his son to be greater than him.
mm.
So he
Now
put
if they
pressure on
doing
him.
this shit, is they doing this shit subconsciously or they
Yeah, no, they
consciously
don't know
doing
they
that
doing it.
shit? Okay, see,
They
that's
don't
my
know they
thing that
doing it.
I've been getting confused with. But I feel like that ain't as much as work out and damn with them and try to teach them shit. I don't feel like it's my job to hold their hand. I feel like it's my job to plant the seed. But I feel like they still be stuck in that energy though.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
they
damn,
gonna
am
be
I supposed
stuck
to
in that
stay around?
energy. They look, they gonna stay stuck in that energy until you change the direction for all of them. See, when you get the
That's a
pressure
big
put on you,
task. Well, I feel it too, dog.
yeah, and you gotta first break off and do you. Because you have to be able to stand up on your own in order to be able to carry the weight of the rest of the family.
Yeah.
So they gonna force you to break off on your own until you can get yourself together.
Hey,
Right? When you get yourself together, now you're in a position where you can hand pick them and help them. Right?
yeah.
Hand pick them and help them. Before you know it, it's the same as pulling people out of a hole. For you know, ain't nobody left in the hole. But sometimes you got to strike out on your own and do you until you in the position to assist them. Sometimes you ain't no good to them until you help you first. Most
That's
of
how I've
the
been
time.
feeling too, man. I feel like I done down there ran myself dry, Chief. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Look, the rule of self, you got two forms of selfishness.
Two
Constructive,
forms of selfishness.
yes.
I'm trying to write some of this shit down, man, because I've been trying to talk to you for a minute, man. I need this info. What you say it is? Two forms of
Constructive,
selfishness.
constructive selfishness and destructive selfishness.
Okay.
All right, now, this is the difference. Constructive selfishness means that you selfish enough to get yourself together
Mm,
before you help others. Because once you get yourself together,
yeah.
you can help more people than you can if
Yeah.
you fucked up and they fucked up too.
Damn.
Destructive selfishness is I don't care about nobody but me, fuck you. It's not anything building to work to after the selfishness. It's just fuck everybody that ain't me.
Mm.
That's destructive to the self because it's destructive to the collective. And we part of a collective whether we want to accept it or not. But the individuals that's destined to be the leaders are wise enough to know that I can't help nobody until I help me first.
Yeah. Okay.
That don't
That,
mean that you love anybody less. That don't mean you hate nobody.
yeah.
Constructive selfishness is putting you in the optimum position to do the most good.
Constructive selfishness is
Yeah.
okay. And destructive, well, I don't feel like I align with the destructive because I really don't be like that with my people for real. I don't be like that, but
Right.
that
But you got to
constructive
recognize when
selfishness,
people
I feel like
using
I
the
need to be
destructive
like
on
that.
you. You got to
Yeah.
realize when people being destructively selfish with you.
Okay, that's
So
what
you
it be
still need
seeming
to know
like.
both sides.
And I've been letting these niggas chew away at me, Chief. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. And I be doing a lot, my nigga. Like I sent you some videos on my page and shit, but like I be in the hood with this shit for real, bro. Like giving it to him raw, like. And I don't be feeling like I ain't really bumped into no nigga that's like me yet, for real. That can do what I can do. I don't want to get into it like on the internet like that,
I
cause I
got you. I
don't, you
got you.
know,
We here.
yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, though, they told me that I was gonna holler at you though about 6 months ago. And that's when I had hit you up, and I had like a vision of it, bro. But I ain't know it was gonna be that long, though. After a while, I was like, damn, Chief probably ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? Because I can
That's how.
never catch you on live, bro. I'm like, damn, I don't know when he be getting on that motherfucker. But y'all be
Look,
dropping
I've been
videos back to back.
yeah, I've been doing mostly Young Elder and Brother Rich. I haven't been doing a
I
lot of
fuck with Brother
lives.
Rich and Young Elder, man. Them niggas is bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, you know what be fucking me up though, Chief, man? But this shit go, hey, listen, man, you look like my uncles, my granddad, my grandmama. Like, I'm looking at your eyes like, bruh, what the fuck? This shit is crazy, dog. Like, bruh, we gotta be close family members, bruh. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Ain't no way you just look like my people that much, bruh, and we ain't related.
Where y'all from?
I'm from Ohio. Yeah, Columbus,
You
Ohio.
you know how many generations y'all been in Ohio, or have y'all always been there?
Nah, we came from Louisiana, Greenwood, Mississippi, and like Dipper, Florida.
We got
Yeah,
some relatives. You got people in Greenwood. That's
yeah.
my
Lee.
mother's side extended family.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my family down there, last name Lee and Bledsoe. It's like 5 names for real. I can't think of all of them. I know Lee, Bledsoe, and it's like 3 other ones down there in Greenwood. That's what you look like too. My grandmama and them down that way, down there in motherfucking Mississippi, man.
Yeah,
But man, I know, bro, on this journey though, Chief, bro, like, man, on my mama, dog, this shit ain't for the weak. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you
it
gotta
ain't.
ask. You
It
gotta
ain't.
be, hey, you ain't ready for this shit. If you got a tag on your life by the Most High, by Source, man, you better off staying asleep, bro. If you ain't ready to really go through this shit, bro. Cause listen, man, I ain't had a motherfucker walk with me, nigga. I've been getting through my journey, nigga, off of you, on my mama, bro. Like, and I be doing, you hear me? Like, I feel
I feel you.
like you been walking side by side with me through this bitch, nigga. I swear, you, Young Elder, a little bit, Dr. D. Blair for sure. D. Blair, that's yeah, Bobby Hemmett. But shit, when I bumped into you, I was like, man, there's something about this nigga that remind me of me and my people. Bobby Hemmett too, though, and Dr. Blair. But with you, though, it's like we live the same life, though. Like that prison, being in the joint and going through the streets and all that karma and coming up under Big Mama. Like, I'm Big Mama baby, nigga. That's how I came up. I was under my granny, nigga, 24/7, and my mama.
That's how you know when your family pick you to be a chief, because first thing they do is slide you up under granny.
Yeah,
And
that's crazy, bro.
she used to take you to all of the church ladies, be breathing all in your face, looking in the blanket while you trying to sleep.
Man, I knew all her friends. I don't know if my brother and them did. I swear to God, I knew all her friends. I knew her hairstylist. I knew everybody, bro. On my mama, dog.
Yeah.
But damn, what the fuck? I was just about to say something else real quick, man. I was about to say, damn, I just lost my train of thought. Them ancestors out here heavy right now. This wind blowing fierce. I was about to say, damn, I had so many questions, bro. I don't want to take up everybody's time though, but I do got a couple more questions for you though. I was about to say, damn, what the fuck was I about to? I'm about to just switch it up. Then I ain't even about to ask that one because I don't know when I'm gonna catch you again on this motherfucker. Uh, so like basically on this journey though, right? Everything from within, right? Like so, with me having this task that I got, right? Basically, you know, being out there in the neighborhood, like enlightening people, doing my readings and doing like I don't be needing no cards, no nothing, bro. Like I don't know, like, bro. I was in the psych ward. I ain't know what the fuck was going on with me, bro. Like 3 years ago, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I just one day I could see shit that couldn't nobody see. I can hear shit that couldn't nobody hear. Like that shit got real wicked for me, chief. I ain't gonna lie to you. But during this journey, right, I be wanting to know this lifetime is about within though, right? So it like it don't really be no. Is it really like a reason? As long as you doing your work, right? Is it really like a reason to worry about external forces, or really don't worry about them for real?
Listen, the main thing is to believe in yourself to the point
Yeah.
where it don't matter what you go through, you're gonna win.
Okay.
That's believing in the God in you.
Okay.
Since the God outside of you not stronger than the God in you in your life,
Yeah.
right? So
Okay.
when you believe in yourself to the point where whatever this life throw at me, I can handle it, you're gonna find your road get easier for no reason.
Mm,
Because you already prepared for you. In order for you to get to that mindset, you had to go through great struggle already.
man, I
Because
would
you,
get in the story, man, and pop it with you, man. I definitely want to talk to you again, man, because I do got some shit I want to talk to you about. I ain't gonna say it on here though.
yeah, I know
I,
what you might talk. I know what you mean.
yeah,
What
because
city
I feel
you
like you
in?
lived my life already, bro. I ain't gonna lie. And I don't feel like there's too many people that done lived my life, not coming from what we done came from, like on the real, like for really coming from it though. Like I know motherfucker done dipped their toe in it, but I don't think they really came from it and then became like this spiritual, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm an assassin, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie, but I don't even know how to control the shit, dog.
Look, no, just keep telling yourself that you don't want to control it. You just want to be right,
Okay.
and that's gonna automatically make you more in control. But if you right, somebody might get fucked up. You got to remember that too.
Yeah, yeah. Cause man,
Look,
I ain't gonna lie, I don't be
it,
knowing how to control
sometimes
these
people be
visions.
talking that shit, but sometimes you got to punch a motherfucker in the nose to do what's right.
This how I know all the ancestors coming through you, bro. Cause if I show you this shit that I've been writing down for this last week, where it's like I don't know if they telling me to start disciplining motherfuckers, cause I done what I was supposed to do for them, and now it's on them to take heed to the seeds that was planted in them. But that's what I keep hearing. Like, stop playing games now. It's over with. Like your love ain't to be played with no more. Like you did what you was supposed to do. Now it's on them. If they want to be stubborn, boneheaded, they don't want to put in the work. And I don't know if they telling like where it's like we have some type of contract where I was supposed to do this and now they supposed to be helping me do some shit. But that's how it's coming off through my
No,
channel.
listen. The only thing that you got to focus on is you can't help them till you help you.
Okay.
Once you get to that mind frame, you understand what it takes for you to get where you need to be, where you can be most effective in helping other people.
Okay.
We so selfless, generally speaking, our people are not the ones that
Yeah.
look like us, but us.
Type
We'll
shit.
be struggling. I got $5 to my name, and my homeboy need $5. Here, take this $5. I catch you on the back end. Right?
Man.
We that selfless.
Literally
But
though.
we deal with in a society of people that's trained to get all you can get. Dog eat dog, step on you can step on, right? That's not our
Yeah.
culture. That's a foreign culture. So the remedy, the median between the two is
Mm-hmm.
acknowledge and recognize that you can't help nobody if you can't help yourself, right? If somebody owe you $20 and they come ask you to borrow $50, I can't give it to you because you ain't paid me the 20 you owe,
Yeah. And
right?
that's just a smart thing to do, huh?
Yeah, and that's why I don't mind lending nobody no money if I got it,
Yeah.
because I know that I'm not worried about if you don't bring it back because I can't give you if you borrowed it, right?
Yeah.
I'm expecting it back, but I'm not looking for it back.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get nobody more than I need for me, right? I'm
Yeah.
not finna sacrifice my dinner to feed somebody else dinner. Now, if I can get enough dinner for both of us, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah.
Not a problem. But I'm not gonna feed you while I starve. That don't make no sense.
No, it
So
definitely
now
don't.
I starved to death, and all the people I was feeding continue their life, and they didn't need me to feed them in the first place. They just needed me out their way so they could feed themselves. And that's
Yeah.
part of constructive selfishness. When you
Okay.
tend to your personal self and you say, before I can help somebody, I got to be at this level of life. Build that level, and then you will see how effective you really are.
Yeah.
Don't start helping everybody until you get to the level that you determine in your life based on how you live that you need to be before you start helping people. And then when you first start, handpick who you help. The ones that did the most for you, do the most for them,
Mm.
right?
That's the
And then
direction I've been trying to take lately too, and kind of cross the other ones out. Not cross them out, but like just focus on who really was looking out for me. I'm gonna try to be there for all of them. I ain't gonna turn my back, but I've been trying to do that because they've been whipping my ass, bro. I need everything you telling me, dog, because it's just in me just to do it. Like, you know, but that's how I've been trying to come lately. Like, bro, I can't keep spreading myself thin, my nigga. Like, this shit don't come easy, bro. Like, I went through hell and hot water. And whatever I got right now, they want it. And I still don't even know what the fuck it is. But it's like they just gathering around.
that,
They like they been turning a bunch of serpents around this bitch.
that's your light.
Uh,
That's your light. Moths draw to the light. You the light. And then
you
they
said
trying to be around the light because that's where they can keep their hands warm.
you said moths draw towards the light.
Yeah.
Oh, moth. Okay, yeah, yeah. The butterfly.
Yeah. So those who live in darkness is more drawn to the light than the ones that walk in the light. You are the light. Therefore, they trying to get close to you.
Yeah.
You got to recognize who you is, and then you got to know how to protect yourself in order to be of service to them.
And we the ones who basically the light, but we was in the dark. So like it looked like we was dark, but we really light though.
We the
Am I
light that
right? Or
walk
is
in the
we
dark.
both?
The golden heart shines brightest in the dark.
Okay. And so we light when it's like that, or is we both? Like is we shape shifting? Like
No,
or
listen, the golden heart shines
yeah,
the brightest in the dark.
the
That's
golden
your
heart.
inner goodness.
Oh yeah.
Your inner goodness is going to attract the ones who haven't experienced it, who crave it, who desire it, who need it, but they don't know how to act in the presence of it because it's no longer normal because they've been killing off all the light bearers, the chief,
Mm.
the leaders. So now they don't know how to act when they're in the presence of the light. We got to
Damn.
retrain them, be in the light. We got
Basically
to teach
like
them
taking
that they can
past
be,
whoopings and everything, huh?
yeah, you got
You
to tell
gotta
them
go
that,
in there knowingly.
listen, one candle can light 1,000 candles and still hold its light,
Mm.
right?
One candle, thousand. I mean, light 1,000 candles.
Yeah, you can take one
That's so
candle and light a
beneficial.
thousand other
Mindful.
candles and never affect the light of the original candle.
And that motherfucker really do that though.
Yeah.
That's see when you break shit down like that, Chief, my nigga. That's where I be understanding the term as above, so below. Everything is within and so without more. You feel me? Like it just be
Yep.
like the little basic shit that help break that down, bro. Because they be telling me that a lot when I not in my it ain't a dream state, but like wherever I be going when I'm sleeping. That be like sometimes the only thing I remember out that motherfucker, like some elders, and they be saying that like as above, so below. Like they be explaining something to me. Sometimes it feel like they scolding me. I just go off how I feel when they talking, cause I don't really be remembering what they saying. Like sometimes they just be like I don't know, but they be always saying that though. So I've been trying to get the concept of that shit a lot, cause I'm
Yeah.
starting to see that everything really the same for real, bro.
Unified field theory, baby. You
Yeah,
ever
man.
read Francis Cresswell's in ISIS paper?
Man, Chief, man, on my mama, dog. This knowledge came out the blue, man. I ain't never read a book in my life, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie. It's like I just upload and download shit, bro. But I'm trying to get into some books, though. I've been listening to them books. I even tried to do the shit that you were saying. You said you was in the walls of Motain or some shit like that. You said it was a book shelf, and you went and grabbed a book or some shit. The wall, yeah, something like that. You said you want to grab the book and you was looking at the name of it. So now when I've been meditating or going to sleep, I've been trying to do shit like that. Like I want to get to hold of some sacred shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was on Brother Rich show. I had a dream when I
Yeah.
was locked up, and I seen the
Mhm.
book and all of the characters on the book, the colors of the book, and I
Yeah.
was reading the book in the dream, but I never
That's what
seen
you
the book in
said?
real life. Right. So
Yeah.
years later, when I get out of prison and I started looking for the book, just came back to me. So I was like, I wonder if this is a real book or is this a figment of my imagination.
hmm
So I didn't know the name of the book, so I wrote the description of the book. I'm
Yeah.
looking at all these books with a similar description, and
Yeah.
then one book popped up, and it was like, "This it."
Damn.
Yeah.
That's wild, bro. Was it an old ass book too?
Nope.
Damn.
Nope. It wasn't that old. Matter of fact, I don't even know if it was written at the time I had the dream.
Like it was some future shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
But I got two copies of it, one for me and one for my brother man over there. He ain't came and got it yet.
Man,
I
if
don't
he
know how
don't get
long
it,
I'm gonna
man, I
hold it
want
before I
it,
pass
man.
it on.
Cause I don't like reading books, Chief. Like since I woke up, I feel like that should be misleading. Like with all the words, I try to follow my eyes and let like certain words stand out or a symbol or some shit like that. You feel me? So or basically like what I do is I just write down all my thoughts, bro. Like I got like 30 notebooks. And so I just go back over my own books. Like I look at one or I
Yeah, you
might get
programming
a color
yourself.
in my head and I pull that color out and then open it up and whatever it say right there, it's like I'm just reading my own story. Like, cause when I read other people's books, it's like that shit don't be aligning with me, bro. Even the shit that's supposed to make sense, like that shit you be saying, they line with my whole story front to back. Dr. Deborah Blair, whole story. Young Elder, a little bit. He sometimes he with the extraterrestrial on the line with all of that. Some of it though, I do. And Bobby Hemming for sure. Bobby Hemming was like a lot of shit he said now back then. I'm starting to see that shit come into practice right now, literally. But I ain't see nobody break shit down like you and Dr. Deborah Blair though. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know, Bobby
I
was
ain't
pretty nice.
who?
Bobby,
Yeah, nah,
Bobby,
Bobby for
Bobby,
sure.
yeah, Bobby was able to read so many books.
Yeah, he always
Uh,
kept them with him too.
yeah, so he almost had like a photographic memory.
You over there yawning, Chief. You over there getting tired, man. I want to bust a flow for you, Chief.
Go on, bust a flow. Then I want to get a sister up here. I got to get my sea walking homeboy up here first. I want to get a
Ah,
sister on
fucking
here
with the
before I
local.
go, but it won't let none of the sisters up.
Damn. They hating on us right now. They definitely don't want to let them go.
Come back and move forward.
You know, they admit too much power. I'm about to go off this beat. Can I do two of them for you? They ain't long though.
Let's hit one first.
It's Chief Shark, my nigga. Nah, it's the knowledge, God body. They know I'm a problem. You hear me? Look, look. Nah, I eat the knowledge, nigga. They know I'm a problem. I'm a real gangster, nigga. From the streets for real. I ain't got nothing but love in my heart. That's what they fear. You hear me?
For
Nigga,
sure.
my niggas start creating like gods, protecting each other like warriors. Bring it all together like the stars. Watching my niggas illuminating to the sun. Dig? Look, uh, look. This is how we came. They tried to leave us in the hood like victims in the rain. Someone like thought I came. If everybody in the guidance could tell me who's to blame. If everybody knew God was inside and who he came. I ain't that, that's my name. Please don't forget the knowledge. They tried to break me down. Didn't know I was solid. But now they know for a fucking fact that I'm a problem. And he got God inside him. Plus I'm unruly, nigga. Born with a spiritual abundance like I'm Jewish, nigga. And if your mind ain't involved in it, and I ain't fooling with you. I ain't trying to be rude at all. Just tried to school you niggas. That I was really born a king like I'm fooling, nigga. Got sent to prison at 21 for shooting niggas. 'Cause I was blind, following behind foolish niggas. Felt like a stupid nigga. All them years sitting in prison. But it was all divine. Had to just fall in line. Got introduced to somebody. They called my higher mind. We met right on time. Now I'm activated. Spitting venom on they system like a mental patient. I told them that I was the son. They said this nigga crazy. I told them that just was God's simple, my nigga, maybe. But that don't even matter. So niggas say they chatter. God sent me here to put that ass on the platter. Illuminate the path for my sisters and my brothers. They try to make us separate and leave us in that bind. We was Stevie Wonder. Niggas broke out of that. I Mr. Rogers back. Nigga, yeah, back. I had to go off that ether beat. You heard me, Chief? I said,
Sure.
damn. You heard
Hey,
me
you
fucking with
see,
it?
you see, yeah, you see what the crowd look.
Huh?
Fire emojis, fire coming up the side.
What?
The
What happened?
comment.
Oh, I ain't see him. I be rapping with my eyes closed because I ain't really did it for real. So I be
Oh
reading
man,
every time.
they was like they was like he's spitting fire.
Damn. Hey, let me get one more off, Chief. Another little short one before you hang up.
No, I got to get a couple more people on here before I go, man. I've been on here for a
45
minute.
seconds. 45
What you
for the
doing, the
lady T.
acapella this time?
Nah, I wanted to do that mystical beat. The the mystical. It was a mystical beat. That's why I want to rap it to you because you know you old. I know you know these beats right here. This one right here. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. It's short. Great mother told me it's too many chicks, not enough English. Half you niggas ain't put in the work. Most of you niggas ain't battled yourself. Yeah, you gonna leave my charge at war. That's what I'm here for. God, buddy. Look, check it. Look. I don't take disrespect lightly. I'm the melanated son with eyes of the tiger. Born as a lover, raised as a fighter. Put the fire to your flame. I'm finna ignite you, son of the ethers. Earth, wind, and a fire. Can't forget the water. God sent me here to slaughter. I came in different. That's why I'm the trend starter, raised in the streets. But I'm here to take the world for it. Look, plus I'm a reflection of my great mother. That's the God that they tried to cop out the picture. But she sent me with the fire to burn and watch them sizzle. And I'm here to liberate my mothers and my sisters. Put you niggas to the test, free the mind of the children. They left us in the hood, so I'm gonna make them feel it. And the vibrations of my word be going through the ceiling. Nah, nigga woke, and I'm finna reunite the feelings. Bring the sun closer to earth. But no more winter, it's time to put the divine first. The high summer. But nigga, fuck raising hell, I'm bringing down thunder. Ain't no storm getting left on time with me. No need to wonder shit. That's why I'm the chief. Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm gonna fuck with you, though, chief, man.
For
I
sure.
take it off for you,
Hey,
man. You
I
hear
ain't
me?
gonna be able to take no more.
Fuck
My
with
phone
you.
about to die.
All right. Hey, tap in. I'm gonna get back with you, Chief. Much love, baby.
For sure, for sure. Peace, my brother.
How I stay on there though? Or you just click it out? You click it
I
out. I'm
got you.
trying to stay on though. All right.
Hey, so my phone about to die. Ain't no sense in me calling nobody up because it ain't gonna make it. So we chop it back up another time. I don't know when I'm gonna do another chiefing with the chief, but y'all keep your head up. Remember, respect your elders. You don't know what they've been through until you know what they've been through. So, I mean, it is what it is. Peace to the family.